Hey guys, Jamie here, and this is from the Heart Live. How are you guys doing today? I'm doing pretty good. This isn't probably going to be the longest stream. I did 4 hours the other night, and I got to tell you, that wiped me out really bad. And I ended up not feeling so good the next day and had to cancel my dentist appointment, which I didn't like having to do that. But that's what happens when I stay up too late or I do something for too long. Sometimes I get a little bit exhausted. But yeah, so I hope you all had a great Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to all you Americans out there. I hope you all had a good one. I did. I had a pretty good one. Ate too much, definitely. uh, it was fun. But I honestly, I haven't been feeling good all week. So it kind of, I've had better Thanksgivings. so, um, so guys, last week when I did my show, I totally forgot about this Scarefest pillow that's behind me here. I picked that up at Scarefest. I had to have it. It's just too cute and goes with my other pillows so well that I was like, I have to pick that up. It's so cute. And considering the fact I might not ever go to Scarefest again, I might decide to go to a different one next year. So I wanted to have something, something in the background that would remind me of it. So I got that. Also, I had forgotten about stickers, not stickers, pins, and patches. My brain is not functioning on a high level right now, guys. So forgive me if I stutter because I'm not all here. I'm really tired. Okay, so last year I had found this, which is Twin Peaks. I still haven't put it on my jean jacket, and I should. I'm going to. Now that I have the other one, I'm definitely going to be doing that. But I found this last year, and that I had to pick this up right away because this is awesome. I love anything Twin Peaks related. And this year I found this Twin Peaks Sheriff Department, so I'm going to put that on my coat as well. I don't know. I haven't decided if I'm going to put it like on the arm or if I'm going to put it like on the front, or what I'm going to do with it, but it's cool, right? That's the sheriff department insignia that they have on their shirts, and I just love that. So I thought that was pretty cool. I got this one last year too. Called it says I love horror movies. I absolutely love this. I can't wait to put this one on my jacket too. And I think that's all I got for patches. Pins though, I got a ton of pins here. Tons of pins. Okay. So I got this pen. It's Trick or Treat. I love it. It's the sucker. It's just too cute. And I couldn't resist that because whenever it comes to, obviously, I have a lot of Trick or Treat stuff in the background. I really love this movie and I really love this character. So I had to get that one. Another show I love a lot, Wednesday. I fell in love with that TV show as soon the first episode. I was like, this show is awesome. And I watched it. I binged it in like 2 days, which, I rarely do that, but I had to do it for this show because it's awesome. So I got a Wednesday pin because she's cute. A movie that I'm completely obsessed with and have been since the 90s when it came out is Clueless. Whatever. And she's doing the whatever sign, which I love. And it says whatever. And it's that classic plaid, yellow plaid, which I like. I got, this is Bride of Frankenstein. She's pretty. I love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. So I thought I would get this, and I thought it would look cool on my jacket. Sometimes I buy them because I think they'll look cool too. This is just a kitty that I found. I thought he was cute, and I have a cat obsession, so I decided to get that. And it kind of matched, this one a little bit. So I thought, well, that's a good buy. Jason. Had to have Jason. I'm obsessed with Friday the 13th. Part of the reason I'm even here is Friday the 13th. So I had to have Jason. Got to have the Jason on there. And this, it says Elm Street Sleepover Club. I love that. I absolutely love this one. Then I got a couple of enamels here. I got Billy on his tricycle, which is so cute. Isn't he cute? Adorable. I got Ghostface inside a heart, and he's got hearts coming out his eyes, and he's on the phone. And I love that because, you know, the heart thing, and it's Scream, which we all love Scream in here, don't we? So I got that. And I got these lips because I thought they were cute, and they're kind of vampire-y, even though there's no vampire teeth. I like the blood coming out of the mouth, so I got that. And then this one I got actually in my swag bag, which is a Scarefest weekend I Love Kentucky pin. Now I wish I would have got this shirt because this shirt was cool, but instead I got the pin. So, and basically that's all I forgot last week. So I want to know how your Thanksgivings have been. I want to know what you guys ate. What are some of your traditions? If you have any? Did you watch anything over the weekend? I didn't. I didn't watch anything because I am so obsessed with playing Control right now. That's all I want to do. And I've gotten farther in the game than I've ever gotten before because I'll tell you what, guys, I have started that game and quit that game and started that game and quit that game and started that game and quit that game because I get so frustrated with dying over and over because I do. I die a lot. I do. I get so frustrated that I give up for a while and then I'll pick it up again later. Well, this time I'm getting through much further than I've ever gone before. I think I might be almost to the end of the game. So, I got to keep going. So that's what I've been doing like all week long is playing that game. And playing other games, you know, just to pass the time, playing a little more Alan Wake and stuff like that. But, yeah, I didn't really have a very like eventful weekend. I haven't really watched anything and I didn't go to the theater, which I wanted to. I wanted to go see Thanksgiving, but I'm going to have to wait till it comes out. And, I will be watching a few things here in the next coming weeks because one, I'm going to be on Have Cheetah Will View, Patrick's 8 Questions show on December 12th. And we're going to talk about Skinamarink. So I'm going to be watching that. I've not seen it. I've heard about it. There's mixed messages on that one. But because it's a David Lynch like or David Lynch inspired kind of movie, I think it's important that I check it out anyway. So I'm going to check that out, and me and Patrick will have a discussion about that on the 12th on his channel. So make sure you tune in for that. But yeah, I haven't really watched anything lately, and I know that sucks because everybody's here for that reason, right? But I told you guys last time, I'm kind of stuck in a rut, and I can't really find anything new to watch. I'm having a hard time finding new things to watch. And I totally am into this game. Oh, by the way, I do want to do some horror gameplay on my channel big time. I might even do that tonight. I was thinking about Until Dawn and how much I like that game. And it's been a while since I played it. And I wanted to do that in the summer. And I started to, but I had this issue with my earphones and I got really angry. And I'm like, I'm just not going to do it. So that's my attitude. So I ended up not doing it, not trying it again, but I will. And also Alan Wake. So tonight I might actually, after I'm done with this, be doing a little gameplay on my channel. Not sure what game for sure yet. And it depends. If I decide I want to play Control, I won't be streaming that because I want to get through the game. I want to get to the end of the game and then I'll start over and then I'll stream it for you guys and we can get really in depth in the story because I got to tell you, I noticed so many things while I'm playing that game. So many homages and references to so many different movies. There's oh gosh, I'm trying to think what there was. I'll point them out as I go through it. When we go through all the lore and stuff, I'll point out the movies that I think they're referencing. But there are references to like Friday the 13th and Shawshank Redemption and a whole bunch of Stephen King stuff, like lots of stuff. Oh, it Stand By Me, like especially it and Stand By Me, because there's this particular issue where there's these kids, they don't have a rock war, but they're having a war, and it's very similar to me to something that would come out of a Stephen King book. So yeah, so I can't wait to do that with you guys, because it's exciting. It's for me, it's really exciting when I'm going to get into a deep dive and a deep lore thing with things that I really love like that. And I'm so into picking out like details and things that I think are homaging other things. So, and where people get ideas. And I'm telling you, Remedy's got their crap together. I really love those guys. So all their games are awesome. Let's go into the chat and see who's in here. I've been blah, 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 blah. Hi, Robert. How are you? Hey, Scott Walker. How are you doing? Hey, Brad. How you doing? Russell, what's up? Hey, Gypsy. How are you? John, how you doing? I saw that you got all these plans coming up. I was like, whoa, he's really got it all together. Because I don't. You got your stuff together over there, which I think is awesome. And because there is a slight possibility that I might win, horror YouTuber of the month. I'm looking, at small channels to possibly nominate. And I think you might be up for nomination, buddy. So, yeah, it's a good thing that you got all that stuff coming out, because that'll be good for you. I'm not saying I'm going to win, because I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to win or not. You guys go and you vote for, whoever you think is the best person. And I got to tell you, those other channels, they are awesome and they work hard and they deserve your love. So go over there. And even if you're not going to vote for them, give them a sub, because they're really awesome channels. So, and I've been enjoying finding new channels this way. It's been nice, because sometimes you get stuck in a rut and you don't, it's not as easy to find some, new people to talk to or work with. And I don't know, I try to be a social butterfly when I can. So blah, blah, blah. I'm going blah, blah, blah again. As if. That's right. Oh, I know John's seen Clueless. Hey, Jules, what's up? Jules is my friend from back in my old political days. And we both used to like to watch Sam Cedar. I still do watch Sam Cedar once in a while. So that's how come we connected again, because I saw her in there. So don't go in there as much as I used to, though. Hey, Cliff, how are you? We went to see Thanksgiving. It was awesome. It really felt like a 90s horror movie. That's what everyone's saying. And I really, really want to see it. I'm trying to avoid spoilers, so I haven't been in anybody's chats about Thanksgiving, because I don't want to ruin it for myself. And even though I probably will not get to see it at the theater, I definitely want to catch it on like HBO or something. So I've been avoiding it, but I know I'm going to like it. I already can tell, because of based on who is telling me that they like it. I already know I'm going to love it. I have a feeling. I shouldn't get my hopes up, though, because a lot of times that ends up in disappointment, but I actually think that this time it might be true. So, hey, happy birthday. It's Sunday in Australia. Oh, this Sunday. Okay. Happy birthday. So that'll be Saturday for us, right? So weird that you guys are on the total opposite as us. Like, you guys are in summer, right? It's snowing here. Yeah, guys, it started to snow here. I'm already dealing with snow. I have to get my snow brush out, my boots and everything now. So that's fun. I watched Freaks for the upteenth time. I know that is such a good movie. It's short, but it's sweet and to the point, and it's actually quite terrifying. It really is, with the black and white and the rain and the thunder and the lightning going on. It's very disturbing. I really like that one a lot. Hello, hello, Echo. Yes, happy birthday, Scott. That's awesome. My favorite King is The Shining. Kubrick was brilliant. I know. Oh my gosh. I really like The Shining, but it's not my favorite Stephen King adaptation. I couldn't even put that one in my top 5 because, in my opinion, it doesn't follow Stephen King's story close enough to apply for that specific category. But if you ask me what my favorite horror movies are, The Shining is definitely up there. And at times it's been my number one. I don't think it's my number one at the moment though, because right now I think my number one might be Doctor Sleep. I really love that movie. I've seen it like 10 times now, and I never get sick of it. And it has such good performances. The book the book is so good, and it follows the book so well that it literally might be one of my favoriteest adaptations of King ever. I mean, and we're talking like Misery and stuff. Misery is way up there for me, but this one, Doctor Sleep, the book blew my mind. I read it in a week, and this is a thick book. We're talking like super thick. I'll show you the book. Sorry. I'm having problems. All right. This is the book, guys. That's how thick that is. How many pages is that? Why doesn't it have? Oh, that's an excerpt. 528 pages. 528 pages. And I read this in a week, guys. So it's definitely worth picking up if you like Stephen King books and you've never read this before. It is awesome. It's one of the best sequels I've ever seen. You expect it's going to be the same, and it's not. It's not at all the same. It's so good. I highly recommend it. Sorry, I have so many things stacked up over here. I just knocked over all my camera equipment and stuff over there. So poor tripod. But yeah, Stephen King is awesome. And Kubrick, that movie is incredible. Kubrick, his vision, the way that he envisions things and the way he frames things and films things is so unique and so incredibly good that I literally, if you could put me in a room and show me just a picture, and I'll know if it's Kubrick or not. I mean, he has his own style. I really like that. I can never decide which Kubrick movie is my favorite. They're all so good. I know. My favorite Kubrick movie though is probably Eyes Wide Shut. I know that's the last one and most recent one, but in my opinion, it's the one that I want to watch the most. It's the one I go back to the most. I mean, 2001 is great, but I can only handle that in small spurts because it gets my mind reeling too much, But Eyes Wide Shut, that's a spectacle and really freaking great acting. And the set is so good, you can't even tell that's actually Italy. He's filmed that in. It's not even New York City, it's Italy. I thought that was kind of cool. Team Jamie for the win. Woohoo, Team Jamie. Go. Oh, you're welcome, John. I'm there's certain criteria that you have to, fall into, and one of them is you have to be under 1,000 subs. And a lot of the channels that I associate with, they aren't small. And so I'm having a little bit of a hard time figuring out who to nominate if I do win. I'm trying to think ahead so that, I can have all this stuff ready just in case. Well, thank you, Gypsy. I appreciate that. It is nice to see that people do appreciate my knowledge, and I don't go out there and start telling people, all these answers when they ask questions and stuff because I'm trying to get attention. I just happen to know the answer and I'll just say it because, why not? If I know the answer, I might as well tell, so I don't really look at it like, oh, I'm such a know-it-all. Like I know everything. No, I don't, because I really don't. I really don't know everything. But I do know that I have a extensive knowledge base, and that is a little bit uncanny and a little bit a little bit different than other people's. But it's just because I've seen these movies thousands of times over and over and over again since I was a kid. So I just memorize stuff about them. But I do appreciate it a lot. My fiance go cook me a big birthday dinner on Saturday or Sunday on the day of your birthday, chocolate ripple cake and fried rice for dinner. My family spoils me on my birthday. Yeah, that's awesome. Yep, I get spoiled on my birthday too. I usually ask for shish kebabs because it's my favorite thing. And sometimes I ask for cheesecake and sometimes I ask for ice cream cake. It depends on my mood. But definitely, it's great to get spoiled on your birthday. Thanksgiving is legit more mild than its early stuff. I think it's right up your alley. I bet you it is. I got a feeling because everybody that has said that they really liked it, to me, those are people that I would trust to tell me, what to watch. They seem to be people who agree with me on a lot of assessments of movies. So I figure if they like it, I'm probably gonna like it. Hey, Jamie in chat, please smash the like button for this cool kitten. Meow. Yes, please smash the like button. Smash it, slash it, trash it. Do it. People saying hi. Love that. King did say that Kubrick fell short. Yeah, he did. They had a fight. I don't know exactly what it was. I think it was because King didn't like the ending because it doesn't match up. Plus, he kind of made it too ambiguous to understand whether the hotel itself has the shining or is haunted or whatever. And that's true. He kind of did make it ambiguous. I always saw it as haunted anyway, even in spite of the fact that Kubrick made it a little ambiguous. But King didn't like that so much. And when Kubrick puts that Volkswagen Bug, the red Volkswagen Bug that you see in the movie as Scatman Crothers is, heading for the hotel, he did that on purpose because in the actual book, it's a red bug, not a yellow one. So he had Jack Nicholson driving a yellow Volkswagen Bug, and then he put the red one in a crash. And I'm pretty sure Stephen King was a little offended by that. But I follow Stephen King, and he has recently said that he sees the value in The Shining. He sees it. He knows what people like about it. And he even likes the movie. It's just that he was upset and mad that he didn't follow his book. So, yes, it is. It's one of my favorite Stephen King movies and one of my favorite Stephen King books of all time. I must have read that like 5 times growing up. I really, really loved it. You've been watching Scream, surprise. You've been watching Scream 5 and 6 a lot lately, investigating to see if Stu's alive, or been studying Dewey's death a lot. Definitely, it's not Stu killed Dewey. The thing is, I don't think Dewey's coming back. I think Dewey's gone. I think he's dead. I don't really think that us studying it is going to tell us who actually did it, because it's a stunt person inside the costume, right? So if we're looking for build and all that, that doesn't make sense, right? Because it's a stunt person. It's not even the actual person. We're trying to figure out, was this Stu? Was this Quinn? Was it Amber? Well, if it's a stunt person in there, how do you really know who it is or who it's supposed to be? So all these assumptions that we make, and which is a lot of assumptions, we do in that Scream community. We do make quite a few assumptions to the point of ridiculousness sometimes, and I think that that might be one that is a little bit ridiculous. Now, Stu, if they bring him back and they got a good storyline, they got a good reason for it, I'm all for that. And if Nev wants to come back, you know, if they pay her what she deserves and she wants to come back, I'm all for that too. But I am definitely like not the kind who's going to study uh, like the killing, you know, in the movie, or study the scene in order to figure out who did it, because I don't believe we're going to be able to do that, because it's not even that actual person. It's a stunt person. So I have a hard time with that. Eli Roth is a filmmaker who I find very divisive. Like, for example, I really didn't care for Knock Knock, but Thanksgiving was so good that I really think it can be the next big horror franchise. You didn't like Knock Knock? Really? I did. I really liked it a lot. I know people don't like it. There is some stuff in it that's actually ridiculous, you know, but I really, really enjoyed it. I see it as more of a roller coaster kind of movie. It's not the kind of movie that, you know, you take too serious. I mean, it's free pizza, right? And that's how I see the movie. You know, it's free pizza. It's not anything you have to take too seriously. Now, the original, I actually think that the original has a better ending. I haven't seen it in years and years and years and years and years, but I do remember liking the ending because it felt cathartic, because those girls got their comeuppance in the original, and they don't in the remake, which is sad. Yeah. I was on vacation. I was at Letchworth, Letchworth Park in New York. It's a national park, and we were there for a hiking trip. And I literally read that book the entire time we were there. I finished it before we left. It really was so good. I couldn't put it down. Any chance I had, I read. So if I wasn't walking and hiking, I was reading. I don't know how they're going to do Scream 7. I think their only option is to bring back Nev. That's how I think too, but I honestly don't even care if they do, because you know, it's not that I don't want them. It's not even about that. I don't like it when people say that they want something from someone else. Like, you know, oh, we want another Scream movie. Well, if they give you another Scream movie when they really didn't have it planned just for fan service, then it's going to be crap, right? I don't really like that. I don't want them to make stuff just for the sake of making stuff. So sometimes I think us in the community, we get a little bit too demanding, and that demand that we give them could actually turn around and kick us in our ass. Because why are we being so demanding? Why do we demand they keep on giving us the same formula over and over and over again? I'm tired of the same titles. I'm tired of the same movies. I'm tired of it. I want to see something new. I want a new movie with a new name and a new killer. I don't want to see. I really don't care if they make another Scream. I don't care if they make another Halloween. I'll go to the theater and see it because it's tradition. But I honestly don't care if they make another one or if they don't make another one. I don't. It's a lot of people are going to get mad at me for saying that, but it's true. That's how I feel. And it's hard for me when a lot of people come in here and they're asking me questions about Scream as if I'm going to be like the others, you know, like I'm going to be like they are and be like, I demand that a Scream 7, because I don't demand a Scream 7. I don't even think they should do a Scream 7 unless they got a good idea to do a Scream 7. I don't think any movie should be made without a good idea to do it. If it's just fan service, it ends up not being entertaining for me. That's why I loved Halloween Ends, you know. It's not just because I thought it was a fantastic movie with fantastic cinematography and fantastic characters. It's not just that. It's that they didn't give a crap about what the fans were going to say about, the ending. They didn't give a crap about what the fans were going to say about bringing in a new character. They didn't give a crap about, what the fans were going to think about it all. They only cared about telling the story they wanted to tell. And that's where I usually go, oh, I like that. I like that. Because that to me is legit. That to me is legit. They're trying to tell you, hey, things have to end sometimes. Halloween ends because things have to end eventually. Everything ends eventually. If we just, what are we going to have, like Halloween 25? Are we really going to go there? I just, as it is, there's too many Halloween movies as it is. I know I don't agree with people who like 4, 5, or 6 because they like it for their reasons, but I have my reasons for not liking it. I particularly did not care for 4, 5, and 6, which I saw real time in the theater when they came out, and I didn't care for them because they weren't my Halloween. They're somebody else's Halloween. The people that in general like those 3 movies, most of the time I find out that they actually were rentals. They would rent them all the time. And I get it. I watch them over and over on HBO. It doesn't mean I don't enjoy them or, think that, they're worth people watching, because I totally do. It's just that personally for me, I don't like them because the Thorn trilogy doesn't make sense to me. And I never got into it. And people get mad. They get mad when I say that, but I have reasons for thinking the things that I think. And you're not going to get me to change my mind, just like I won't get anybody else to change their mind if they do like it. And I want them to like it. I want people to like these movies. But for them, it's a nostalgia thing. And for me, it's like different, because I was a teenager when they came out, and we were going because we wanted to see a certain thing. And then we didn't see that certain thing. We saw something else. And I don't know. I didn't enjoy them as much as others. I have enjoyed other sequels. I even like Resurrection, which a lot of people are like, what? But it's not because it's a good movie. I don't like it because it's a good movie. It's not a good movie. It's just that it's super fun. It's super fun and entertaining to watch, and I never get bored watching it. So I don't know. For me, that's what's going to make or break a movie. If I go into a movie and it's boring, I'm not going to like it. But if I go into a movie and it's fun, then, even if it's a crap movie and with a crap plot and a crap idea, I still might have fun with it and might say I still like it. So I don't know if they're going to do a Scream 7. I imagine they probably will, because I imagine the fan service is going to, play a factor, and the studio will listen to what the fans say. So I imagine there might be a Scream 7. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I don't think the idea is off the table for them. Hey, Casey. My favorite film from Stephen King is Cujo. Yes. I read that too. That is a terrifying book, much scarier than the movie, and ends differently. Doesn't end nice. Doesn't end good. That movie ends good, but the book does not. So it's pretty terrifying. Also, I don't think it's a Saint Bernard in the book. I think it's a Rottweiler in the book. I don't know for sure. It's been too long since I read it. So it could be a lab, though, like you say here. Yeah, Saint Bernard. It was hard for me to see a Saint Bernard as scary, because my friend had one and it was so gentle and sweet. It was hard for me to watch that movie. But I'm definitely scared of big dogs because of that movie. Eyes Wide Shut is a great Christmas movie. Shot in the UK. Oh, was it? I thought it was in Italy. Yeah, it does look a lot like New York City, but I thought it was Italy they were in, but I could be wrong. It is a Christmas movie. Weird that it came out in July, right? Christmas in July, literally. I thought that was kind of unique about that movie, that it came out at a time when um, it was in the summertime and they're showing all these Christmas lights. It just it felt weird, but it still worked for me. I still liked it a lot. Eyes Wide Shut is amazing, even with movies like The Shining and A Clockwork Orange. Nothing gets me more scared than that cult. The scene where he comes home and finds the mask on his pillow. Yeah, yeah, it's terrifying. It's really a good, it's a good story. It's a really good story, and the way he tells it, with the music and the way Tom Cruise portrays it, with this this angst. He has this like angst in him, and I don't know, the way that he did it just made that character so interesting. And the way that the events go are so interesting to me, that even though it does have a slowness to it, I still don't feel like it's a slow movie when I watch it. I really enjoy it. Eyes Wide Shut was filmed famously in Morecambe Bay, Lancashire. Hi, James. How are you? Oh, hi. Yeah. Was it? It wasn't. It wasn't filmed in Morecambe. You're just silly. Maybe it was. I don't know. Jamie, I promise you one thing. I won't repeat the same stuff over and over again. I won't do any more spamming. I'm sorry. I look, man. I know that I can be like, I'm really a stickler for the rules, and I can be like kind of like Val, the general. I'm sort of like Val. And if you are spamming a chat with repeated questions, the same question over and over and over again, I don't think it's very fair to the other people who are talking in the chat, because then it makes it seem like their comments could very easily get skipped over. Because especially if the person who is doing the stream doesn't know that in the chat, if you don't have it clicked to live chat and it's clicked on top chat, you're not even getting all the comments. So a person who is typing in the same thing over and over again, and they have it on top comments instead, they're going to just see your stuff and not anybody else's. So it's really unfair. It's an unfair practice. But I'm sorry I yelled at you. I should mind my own business most of the time. But if I am modding a chat and I do see that kind of shenanigans going on, I do try to curb it so that it's fair for everybody. Has a past winner of Horror YouTuber of the Month. I can say it's a huge honor to be nominated, let alone win. Oh yes, I know. It is a big honor, and just the fact that you guys have recognized, my contribution to the community, it means so much to me, because I never felt like I deserved it, or I never felt like I don't know. I guess I just never felt like that I would be considered like that, because I always kind of felt like, well, I don't do a whole lot on my own channel. I do a lot on other people's channels, but I don't do a lot on my own channel. So I kind of thought like, I didn't really qualify, but I do feel like I am out there helping people as much as I can, and being on other people's shows and trying to put my any information I have out there into the community. So I feel good. I feel really good that I got nominated. It really was surprising, and it made my whole entire week better. And that was a hard week for me, because that was the week of my dad's death. So every time that comes around, I get a little depressed and a little down during that week. And I opened up that message that I was nominated. I opened that up on the day that would have been the anniversary of my dad's death, and it made me so happy that I didn't forget about it, but it put it to the back of my mind. It made me think about more, important things like, hey, maybe I need to get out here and, make some content, and maybe I need to get out here and start talking with some people, because normally I would just become a recluse that week. So it got me out of hiding and it kept me going. And man, you are so sweet. I love you, girl. Thank you so much. Shish kebabs, yes. That's my favorite. I love steak kebabs. I'm not a big fan of the chicken ones or shrimp or anything like that, but I do like my steak kebabs quite a bit. Jamie, do you follow foreign horror movies? Germany historically does have an impressive horror genre. Some, I mean, I don't have an extensive knowledge of foreign horror. I do watch a few. I have watched a few horror movies that are foreign, but they're few and far between, and mostly Japanese. Maybe I've seen some stuff from Germany. I know I've seen a few French ones, but they're few and far between. So yeah, that's not one that I've gotten into so much. I'm more into like, more things from the 70s on up mostly. So mostly while I've just been alive. I wish Australia had Thanksgiving. You guys don't have anything like it? There must be a day that you guys all celebrate, families and being together and stuff like that. There must be something. I agree 1000% about Dr. Sleep. It's my number one King adaptation. It is so good, isn't it? I love it. To me, The Shining isn't a King adaptation. Me too. That's how I feel about it. Kubrick improved his story, but Dr. Sleep was the best of his direct adaptations, in my opinion. Absolutely. I mean, wow. What a mind-blowing. I was not expecting the movie to follow the book that well. And when it did, I was thinking about it too. I was like, how are they going to go about this? How are they going to introduce the True Knot? How are they going to introduce Rose the Hat? How are they going to introduce all these things? And the way they did it was brilliant. I mean, the whole thing by the pond with the little girl reminded me of Frankenstein. It was so good. I really loved it. You guys, if you haven't seen Dr. Sleep, go get it. Go watch it. It's so good. You won't regret it. Stories about Eyes Wide Shut is how Kubrick got into the heads of Cruise and Kidman and manipulating their emotions to get what he wanted out of them on camera. It said it was the catalyst to... Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories about the way that he treats people on set, and I know about the way that he treated Shelley Duvall. It wasn't very nice. It was horrid, actually. That's sad. But I heard about the stuff, some of the things that he would do on the set of Eyes Wide Shut, but I hadn't heard much about that, except for that he kept going, like he would make them do so many takes of the same scene over and over and over again, to the point where it actually stressed them out. But honestly, that's really the only thing that I've heard about it. I love Dr. Sleep. I thought it was more than a worthy sequel. The scene where they arrive at the Overlook and that music kicks in, oh man, I got chills. Yes, it's so good. It's so good. Now, it's a little bit different when you read the book, because in the book, the hotel's not actually there. So you had to really kind of use your imagination. And the whole entire end of the book happens on the land, but basically in an old golf shed. So it's a little bit different in the book, but it doesn't matter. The way that they did that, the way that they blended Kubrick with King was genius. And there was no other way he could have done it right. And Mike Flanagan, hey, I'm not a big, huge fan of his stuff. Like a lot of his movies, I think, are very TV aesthetic, but not that one. Not Dr. Sleep. He did so good with Dr. Sleep. He should whatever he did during that particular, shooting process, that's how he should take himself. The stuff on TV is good, but the aesthetic, I never really enjoy the aesthetic, but what he did with The Shining and Doctor Sleep was brilliant. Sorry, I meant to say it wasn't Amber that killed Dewey. It was Stu. I made a mistake. Sorry about that. You know, like I said, I can't judge by watching it because to me that's not even the right actor. That's like there's a stunt person in there. So how are we really supposed to know? And Amber did brag. She did brag that she killed Dewey. It is hard for me to believe, but knowing that psycho people can be pretty strong and do things that are a little out of the ordinary, it's very possible. Man, was her death satisfying. I loved it. I hated Amber so much. Her character is the worst. And seeing her fall in that stove was just cathartic. It was awesome. The end of their marriage. Now, is that what ended it? Because, I mean, I don't know. I tend to think it might have something to do with the Scientology thing because Nicole Kidman's dad is a psychologist and actually not even a psychologist, an actual psychiatrist. And no psychiatrist I know is going to put up with the teachings of Scientology. It's not going to happen because a psychologist or a psychiatrist is going to understand the manipulation going on there. So I don't know. I have a feeling that it possibly could have been a combination of things, and one of the big things being Scientology. I think it was the ending of Knock Knock that bothered me. The ending bothered me too. I wanted to see them get, in the end of the original, they get hit by a bus, which is just cathartic and awesome. And I love it, you know? So the fact that they get away with it just bothered me. But that's the only thing I didn't like about it. I actually thought that movie was a fun ride, and I've only ever seen it through all the way just the one time, but it definitely to me is worth seeing. And if you ask me, it's one of Eli Roth's better ones because I'm not a big fan. Hostel's okay. It's a good movie. Don't get me wrong. It's just that I can't stand the torture. The mean spirit of, like, normally I like mean spirited stuff, but this one has such mean spirit that I just can't get on board with it. It's so awful, the things that happened in that movie. And it scared me because I started thinking, what if it's true? What if it's true? It might be. It could be true. Who knows? Hostel 2, I had a little more fun with. I didn't take it quite as seriously. But Hostel 1, it was so, it's what I thought Saw was going to be, but Saw ended up being something totally different. Saw is a masterpiece. Hostel was what I thought Saw would be, and it wasn't. Hostel, I want to like it. It's not one of my favorites. Cabin Fever, hate it. I loathe that movie for many reasons. Mostly because the stupid pancake line just, I was like, what is this? What is going on with this kid? It made no sense. It didn't belong there. I realized Eli Roth probably thought it was the funniest shit he ever seen in his life, you know, and that's why he put it in there because he liked it, and that's fine. But I don't know. And the whole like, the shaving of the legs part is so cringy for me. I can't watch it. Now, granted, I've seen that movie a bunch of times and I've watched it out of boredom many times. So I know the movie. I just don't like it. I just don't like Cabin Fever. But other movies of his I have liked. Hey, Robert, how are you? You demand more Jamie streams with the same formula and the same Jamie. You're going to get a different Jamie. That's it. You're going to get a different Jamie, a different formula. Don't make demands. No, I'm kidding. You'll get me. You're always going to get 100% Jamie, 100% all the time. That's just how it is. I am not fake. at all in any way, shape, or form. And I'm almost like to a fault truthful and to a fault blunt. So I say a lot of things a lot of times that I'm worried that people are going to go, "Oh my God, did you hear what Jamie said about blah, 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 blah?" Yeah. um, but I look at it this way. You gotta be truthful and honest about what you're doing, and I'm just that way. And I don't like telling lies or saying I like something when I really don't, or saying I don't like something when I really do, because, the whole point of me doing movie reviews and talking about movies is to talk about what I like and what I don't like. So I'm never fake. You're never going to get fake Jamie here. You think Sam? What do you mean? You think Sam what? Are you talking about Scream? I saw Thanksgiving, and whilst the violence in it was at times gnarly, the film felt a bit of a cop out. Really? Well, a lot of people liked it a lot. And I'm interested, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing it. I wish I could have gone to the theater to see it, but I think it's already left my theater. So I probably won't be able to do that. If by chance it's still there, though, and I can get there, I will. It's just it's weird timing because usually my husband would be home during Thanksgiving week and everything, but he's got things going on at work, and so he had to be there, and that really caused I don't normally go to the movies alone. So I didn't go, but I think Jamie should switch it up, maybe do some interpretive dance. Oh yes, oh definitely, yeah. I'm totally all about the hand dance in Wednesday. Totally. Maybe I'll work on some interpretive dances. I'll do dance interpretations of movies we all love. Kidding, I won't do it. Oh my God, Scott Matthew, what are you doing? How are you? It has been ages. So good to see you. Mwah. Blow you a kiss. It's been forever. I hope you're well. I've been good. Things are a little crazy and wacky, but I've been good. I'm transitioning. No, I'm not transitioning. When I say transitioning, I don't mean that. I mean I'm having a midlife crisis, I guess you could call it. So I'm making all kinds of changes in my life, and I'm going through a lot of getting older things. So I'm struggling with that a little bit. It sucks to get older, but yeah. So I just turned 50, and that's been rough. So I may look young for my age, but I don't feel it, guys. Thanksgiving reminded me a lot of better movies, but I liked it, and I'm a sucker for holiday movies. I love holiday movies too, especially holiday horror movies, like Black Xmas. Black Xmas is my favorite Christmas movie. I watch it every single year while I decorate the Christmas tree. I love the whole the sound of it in the background with the Christmas music and all the colors. It's such a colorful movie, and I really enjoy that one. 5 and 6 were okay, but Halloween 4 is one of my all-time favorite movies. I get it, and that's fine. For me, I mean, I was disappointed in it. And even though there were things I liked about it when I was a kid, I mean, of course, I'm always the type that's going to pick out things that I like and what I don't like. And I'm going to talk more about the stuff that I like rather than what I don't like. But with that one, the balance is just a little bit off because I don't know. I guess I didn't like the way that, I don't know. I guess for me, Jamie Lee Curtis is my protagonist, you know? So for them to change it, and no offense to Danielle Harris, because, I love her. but I just couldn't get on board. I couldn't get on board with it. I tried, and it just isn't my thing. It's just not my thing. Donald Pleasance as Loomis and Daniel Harris as Jamie are a big reason for that. I just met Danielle Harris, and she's super sweet. We had the same birthday, so we talked about that. And then, strangely enough, we talked about having kids, which I thought was kind of funny because when you're standing in line to meet these celebrities, you don't imagine that you're going to have like a regular, normal conversation with them, and it turns out that you do, and it's like completely mind blowing. And I had a lot more time to talk with her than I did some of the others because her line was really short that day. I had planned on using a line skip on her line, but I didn't go to her table until Sunday, and by then it was pretty much all cleared out. The first day, though, she had a line going out the door, and David Arquette, his line was out the door the entire time he was there, and he didn't actually stay for Sunday, so he was gone by Sunday. But David Arquette is much shorter than I was expecting. For some reason, I always imagine him as being like over 6 feet tall. I don't know why, but he's not. I want to pet Cujo. I want to pet all the dogs. I want to pet all the dogs too. That's funny. I don't remember what game I was playing recently. There was a game I was playing recently where I had to pet a dog, and if you don't pet the dog, you get some sort of consequences. But I can't remember which game it was. I love it when they give you a dog companion in games. It's so fun. And I don't know, I love animals so much that I feel like if I was ever going through something like that, my companion would be an animal. How do you think Miramax will approach the Halloween TV show? I don't know. I honestly don't even know much about it because, like I said, I'm kind of just done with Halloween. When Halloween ends came, I literally said that. This is the end for me. I am literally done with Halloween now. I don't want to see any more Halloween. And so I don't even know if I'll watch it. It's possible. I might. If it's a good show and people are raving about it, saying it's good, I might check it out. But at this point right now, I don't think I'm even going to watch it. Hello, Hobbs. How are you? Eyes Wide Shut, creepy mask cult, Tom Cruise in a cult. No way. Yeah, right. Yeah. What's the difference? Live and top chats. Live chat, you literally can see all the comments that are being made. So if you have it on live chat, all the comments that are being made by everybody in chat is going to show up. If you have it on top chat, then only the top comments, or what this thing considers top comments. I don't know how it picks and chooses, but I do know that if you have it on top chat, you're not seeing all the comments. You're only seeing part of the comments because that's how they do it. I don't even know why they have the option, because as far as I'm concerned, every time I get in there, I switch it to live chat immediately. Every time, ever since they started having that little option up there, which was years ago now, I've always just switched right away to live chat, because top chat isn't worth it because you miss all kinds of stuff. And I like to converse, Yeah, I'm so mean. I try not to be. My brothers might tell you I'm super mean. You're cool, Scott, but beware. You possess a mighty wrench. Yeah, Scott knows. He knows. I've already given him the rundown. Remember how I told you about my dog, Red? He's an American Bulldog Staffy mix, and he's friendly, gentle, very playful. He's very protective of me and my fiance, Trish. He's about 53 kilos. Wow. That's a big dog. I love dogs. I don't have a dog right now, though. I just have my 2 cats. I haven't had a dog in, I don't know, I guess it's been about a decade now. But the last dog I had, I got really attached and I loved her dearly. And then she got sick and passed away, and I just couldn't handle getting another dog after that. So I just have my cats now. Thanks, Jules. It was a while ago. I mean, we're talking 2015. So it's been a while, but I've come to the realization that you just don't get over it. You get used to it. There is no getting over it. There's only getting used to it. And that's been difficult for me. I miss my dad big time. And I lost my mom and my stepdad this year. So now I really have no parents. My stepmom is still here and my in laws. But other than that, you know, my real mom and my real dad are both gone now. And in my opinion, they both died too early. Um, but that's just my opinion. And they both kind of lived hard. You know what I mean? When I say they lived hard, they were like a star that just, burns out too quickly, or what do you call it? Flying star, burns out too quickly. That kind of thing. The body may die, but I believe your conscience never dies. That's right. I believe that too. Phantom, how are you? They finally showed you when I'm streaming? Yeah, I streamed a 4-hour the other day, but this isn't like a regular thing for me. It should be, and I'm trying to make it more of a regular thing. Especially now that I've been nominated for Horror YouTuber of the Month. I feel like I need to give the people what they want. So I'm going to be here more. I'll be doing more reviews. I'm trying to learn some new editing software. Speaking of that, James, if you can help me out in any way, shape, or form, if you've ever used DaVinci Resolve and you know anything about it, or you know of another like editing program that you think would be easy for me to learn and not intimidating, can you let me know? Because I seriously am having like real problems trying to learn this new software. It's so intimidating. There's so many little toys, and I was not used to that. I was just used to using the simple little Windows Movie Maker, Now I can't even use that because it's not even on my new computer. So if anybody out there has any advice for me, shoot it my way, because I definitely am looking into. I need to use some new editing software. So I feel sort of trapped in a limbo right now without knowing how to make my little videos. I didn't do any hiking videos at all summer. Sorry. It definitely is a worthy sequel. It's a good one. How are you, Austin? How are you doing? Munch, munch, munch. Last of the Thanksgiving leftovers. I just ate the last of them today. That was my dinner. I'm not defending what Stanley Kubrick did to Shelley Duvall. But what is not talked about is Shelley Duvall showed up drunk on set multiple times and could not perform, and Stanley Kubrick lost it. That's a new one. I never heard drunk. I heard that, she had issues on set, possibly because she has mental issues. I know for a fact that she's probably bipolar. That's at least what I think anyway. And I love her. But there is something going on with her, because I don't know if you ever watch Grim Life Collective, but I watch them all the time, and I love those two. And they went and they visited her, and she's not all there. And that's, it's sad for me, because she's my olive oil. She had the HBO series there, the Fairy Tale Theater. So a lot of things that she did when I was growing up meant a lot to me. And it is sad to see her kind of deteriorate a little bit, but I don't know. I'd never heard the drunk thing before. I have heard that he was mean to her, and I've seen footage of him being mean to her. Um, I don't think it was very nice, but again, he had methods, and his method of getting her frazzled was to be mean to her, and he wanted her panicked and frazzled and upset. So a lot of people have said that Kubrick's what's the word I'm looking for? Methods of getting his actors to do what he wants from them are crude. they're very crude. But he's a genius, and sometimes geniuses are very crude. A lot of times geniuses are like super antisocial. So she is an underrated actress. I agree with you. She's the best olive oil. They couldn't have picked a better olive oil. And that movie, the Popeye movie, lives in my memories rent free. I love the Popeye movie, and I miss Robin Williams so much. Nah, I'm not scared of Bigfoot. I'm scared of like werewolves and wendigos, right? Like I'm starting to think that werewolves are real and that wendigos are real. There's been some strange occurrences in my woods. And one night I went out, my husband and I were going to go out. We're going to take the telescope out to the field back there and look at the stars. And we brought some food. We had a bottle of wine. We were going to go back there. We didn't even get the blanket down before we heard some kind of weird screeching, screamy kind of animal sound. And it was way too close for my comfort. And I didn't even sit. I just started picking the stuff right up again and put it back on the golf court and took right off, because there was no way that I was going to stay out there when I didn't know what that was making that sound in my woods. And that was way too close for comfort. And it's nighttime. So yeah, I'm starting to think that there's wendigos and werewolves out there, and they're living in my woods. I never was a fan of Michael Flanagan before Dr. Sleep. I think he kind of just realized, oh my gosh, I am directing a sequel to Stanley Kubrick. Yeah, he did a fucking phenomenal job. Excuse my F word. Sorry. I normally don't let those slip. But he did such a good job, and I'm impressed with it. It literally is one of my favoriteest movies of all time now, Dr. Sleep, and one of my favorite books ever. No Thanksgiving in the UK either. Well, the thing is, I don't know if you guys know what Thanksgiving's about, but it's about Americans, colonial Americans specifically, being hungry, not knowing how to grow their food properly in the wintertime. And the Native Americans were very friendly and very inclusive. And so they, they showed them how to grow food and cook food. And then they, show them how to get through the winters around here. And then they had a feast. And that was, that's where Thanksgiving comes from. And, I think that's kind of ironic because, I don't look, my family didn't come here till 1919. So I don't know, but I mean, I don't feel so good about taking land away from people that owned it in the first place. But, that's like way before my time. Nothing I can do about that politically now, huh? Yes, they do. And it's because a psychiatrist knows what they're up to, and they don't like that. But psychiatrists going to be able to pinpoint immediately that they're manipulating people by getting them to give them personal information and then holding it over their head. And that's pretty sick. Meow. Hey, Patrick, I was just talking about you a little bit ago. Said I was going to be on your show on the 12th and that we're going to talk about Skinamarink when I watch it. I'm going to watch it for you, buddy. As an Australian and a Scream fan myself, I would love to see an Australian version of Scream. I think Australia will be a good place. Australia has a lot of scary places and locations for the movie. Hey, if they want to do that, that's cool. You guys can make a version of it for yourselves down there. That's cool. Honestly, if they do put out another one, I'll go and I'll enjoy myself probably, and I'll let you know if I like it or not. It's gonna, depend on where they go with the story, but um I think that Sam and Tara got a pretty good ending. I also think that Nev got her pretty good ending. So, you know, I don't know where they could go from here. I don't like I said, I don't like doing stuff for the sake of doing stuff, I like if you have no reason to write a story, then why would you write a story, right? If it's just to make people happy, if it's just to make fans happy, then I don't know. Is it good? Will it be good if you're just doing it for that reason? I just don't know. Once money gets involved in the creative process, it starts to make you question everything, Framing of focus. Resident Kubrick file. The 127 Shelley Duvall takes reported was said by a crew member that it wasn't on set. Kubrick was a tyrant, but that story is not true. He mistreated Duvall, though. Yeah, he did. Is that the girl that was shaving her legs? Because I gotta tell you, that was just brutal. I can't even tell you how cringy that is for me to watch. Ugh. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Okay. Maybe it's because when I heard the name Cabin Fever, I was expecting an Evil Dead type movie or a Friday the 13th type movie. And when it turned out to be about a flesh eating virus, I was like, what? I mean, sure, it's scary, but it doesn't scare me enough. It doesn't scare me enough. It grosses me out, but it doesn't scare me because I don't think that a whole bunch of people are going to die from flesh eating disease. I want to see stuff that scares me, and that just didn't scare me. Hey, Russell. Excuse me. Shelley Duvall was quite badly mentally ill. Yeah, she's not in the best of places, but I love her to death still. If you guys are interested, go over to Grim Life Collective and check out their interview with her. And then you might see what I'm talking about, Screen 7 so far sounds like a disaster. Why can't these actors keep their mouths shut about politics? Also, if Ortega can't come back to do scheduling, then just wait for her to be available and put Scream 7 on hold. Well, that's a good idea. I mean, first of all, I don't care what Melissa Barrera said. I believe in you. You should be able to look. I am one of these people who has been suppressed. I can't say what I really feel about politics. I cannot say what I really think about what's going on in politics right now, today, or any time before, or anything at all, because I know I will get attacked. I know it. And I'm not about that. So unfortunately, I can't hear something. Unfortunately, I just keep my mouth shut about politics and how I feel about it. I used to not be so bad like that, but I don't know. When I entered the horror community, I decided to just curb the politics a little bit because I knew I was going to be working with people who probably didn't agree with me on things. And I didn't want to, make that a problem. And I'm more willing to accept other people's views than people are usually willing to accept mine. So I usually end up just keeping my mouth shut about what I think. But at the same time, I also think that, you got to be careful as far as Melissa Barrera is concerned. You got to be careful what you're saying, because even if you mean it innocently, when it comes to different races and factions of religions fighting each other, anything you say is going to get you in trouble with one side or another. And she did make some remarks that could be considered anti-Semitic. So I understand why they did that, but I also think that just proves that the studios are greedy and fools, really, because all they care about is dollar signs. They don't really care about substance, so I don't think they cared what she said. I think that they cared that she said it, and that's it. She could have taken either side, and probably the same thing would have happened. And to be honest, in this particular situation, I honestly think it's better just to not talk about it and not take a side, because when it comes to religion, and especially an ancient religious war, which is going on, that's what that is. It's an ancient religious war. It's not just a brand new war. This is going on for centuries and centuries and centuries. I just don't feel like I can talk about that, but apparently she did. Also, I don't necessarily think that actors should keep their mouths shut about politics at all. As a matter of fact, I think that the best way to send messages is through storytelling. So, in my opinion, you're already watching political stuff all the time. You don't view it in that perspective. But I think a lot of the time when we're watching these movies, they do have political messages in them. It's just up to you what you want to pull out of it. Yeah. Politics is a tough one because, like I said, I don't want to get in any trouble with anybody, and I don't want to make anybody feel uncomfortable either. But I'm not gonna lie to you guys either and tell you that I don't have my opinions, because I do, and I am a left wing or centrist. I'd say I'm like left socially and more right fiscally, but I think if you look at all in balance, I'm kind of a centrist. I believe in common sense, and the extreme left, the extreme right, I did that opposite. The extreme left, the extreme right, they don't, they have narrow minds, they're narrow minded about the way things should work. And because of that, nobody's getting along. Everybody's fighting with each other. And it's that way. If everybody's fighting with each other all the time, then nothing gets done. And it isn't even about the people anymore. It's about their pocketbooks. And I don't know. The politics thing gets me real tough. But I don't know. As far as or Jenna Ortega goes, she already told them that she was going to be busy with Wednesday, and I kind of already expected that she wasn't going to be a big part in it, if she was in it at all. So I didn't have expectations for her. And honestly, I didn't have expectations for Scream 7 at all, because I don't want to have an expectation for what I'm going to see, because then if I do, then when I go in, I'm going to have a preconceived notion, and then I'm going to get upset if it's not what I want. And that just, how does that work? Is that being fair to the writers and the people making the movie? I don't think so. So my way of being fair is to not have any expectations going into any movie whatsoever, ever. I go into every single movie with a completely clear mind, and I judge it from that, because that's fair. And I like to be fair. Scientology is the reason why they broke up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure, and that's the reason why him and Katie Holmes broke up as well. Yeah, she's got challenges. Bye, John. Bye, John. You're probably long gone. I tend to stop and babble. 3 wives. Who has 3 wives? Who has 3 wives? Hi, Val. General's here, guys. Pay your respects. Hey, Junebug. You got Freebie and the Bean on Blu-ray? Wow. I haven't seen it since probably I was a kid. I was thinking, didn't they actually have a short-lived TV show too, Freebie and the Bean? I could swear that it was a short-lived television show for a bit. The only thing I remember at all about Freebie and the Bean is the guy that fell in the grill. And that's the reason I remember that is because I got burned as a kid, as a baby. And I don't particularly remember the incident, but at that time, I probably did. And I started yelling the hot man in the back seat. And I got really upset over the guy being on the grill and burning. So I think I had like a memory of it when I was 3, but I'm too old now to remember any of that. I do remember though being 3 and going to the drive-in to see that and Jaws, but I remember Jaws more than I remember Freebie and the Bean. She gave an interview that I felt was yeah. Oh yes, I saw that interview. Hey Brian, how are you? Sorry, I don't think Sam anything. I just somehow still can't type on the smartphone. Neither can I. I see my son and my husband going, and I'm like, what? How? I can't even, I have to use my pinky or I freak out. I use my pinky to type. So it's very very gentle and delicate. So I don't make mistakes with my thick fingers. I wish I had more guts to go and do things alone, Robert. I really do. But the thing is, I don't do things alone. I'm terrified because, my cousin getting kidnapped and killed in the 80s didn't help. But as being a tiny person, I feel too vulnerable to be walking around and doing things alone, even with my bat. I still feel vulnerable. I feel vulnerable every time I go to Walmart. I feel vulnerable every time I go to the grocery store. I don't know. I just don't enjoy doing things by myself like that. Watching a movie at home by myself is different, but what's the Jet Jaguar song? I don't think so. What is that? Is that some cartoon or something? I have no idea. Hello, Ms. Caveman. How are you? Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to the family. I don't know what I'm going to call you guys. I'll eventually come up with a cool name related to heart somehow, sloppy hand heart. Sloppy hand heart. I don't know. Maybe I'll call you guys the Beats or something. The Pulse. You guys are the Pulse. All day I've been hearing wolves howling. Forgot it was our notification ringtone. Yeah. I'll tell you what, it is scary because, I don't know what that sound was. I don't know what that was. It terrified me. And that wasn't the first time I heard it. I've heard it several times over the last, I don't know, decade or so. Always at the back of my house and always near the woods. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, and I don't want to find out. I'll tell you what, when we go camping up there, I start to get a little bit freaked out now. One night I had to lay there and listen to cows mooing all night, which really cracked me up because I didn't realize that cows do that. But I guess the people that have the other side of the land, through my woods, there's a whole farm back there. And you have to walk pretty far to get there, but we were close enough to the edge of their land to hear their cows. And I listened to cows mooing all night long. It was really weird. Yes, it does. I'm going through all kinds of stuff, and I'm like, I feel like everything is at its end. Like I've got 10 good years left on me before I fall apart. That kind of stuff is going through my head all the time now. I got to switch this. Okay. He play your husband won't beat me up for saying this, but you still look good. Oh, yeah. He won't. He knows. He knows I look good. My husband knows I look good. And believe me, nobody's a threat to him. We've been together for 30 years. I'm not going anywhere and he's not going anywhere. We're together. He's my best friend. And I can't even imagine life without him. Literally, he's like the first person I call every time something happens. He's the first person on my mind when I wake up in the morning to this day. I mean, that's 30 years. That's a long time. He's so cute and he's funny. That's why I like him. Do you like Godzilla? I do. I do like Godzilla. It's been a while since I watched any of the like really old Godzillas. I think the most recent one I've watched was probably 98. And I like that one. I know some people don't. But I never saw a problem with it. And I saw it in the theater and enjoyed myself. And I mean, Matthew Broderick, whatever, it's still a fun movie. It's fun. I find it fun. I haven't seen the newest Godzilla. I might have to sit down and watch that one of these days, but it's been a long time since I watched any Godzilla. Best holiday song. The Christmas song, chestnuts roasting on an open fire. That one. I like that one. I also like I forgot the name of it. City sidewalks, busy sidewalks, dressed in holiday style. In the air, there's a feeling of Christmas. Do you guys know the name of that one? I can't think of the name of it, but I like that one a lot. I'm sorry, Ben. Seriously, every time somebody starts talking about it and you're around, I'm like, I warn people. I'm like, don't. Ben's here. You don't like it. No, I don't. But I did warn you about it the other day. I saw you in a chat and I said, they're talking about Halloween in here. And I really don't want to talk about Halloween. It just comes out every once in a while. I can relate, Jamie. My uncle, until about 20 years ago, was always very cautious in life. And then he had a heart attack and realized life is unpredictable. So from that point on, he lived life to the fullest. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons that, I feel like I'm a lucky person because I get to see the world in a little bit of a different perspective, from a little bit of a more slowed down perspective than most other people. Most other people, they're all wrapped up in their work and they're all wrapped up in what, their daily lives and what they're doing. But see, I don't work, and I've been a stay-at-home mom for 20 years. And the way that I've learned to, deal with this, what I've learned is that I get a perspective that's a little bit different than other people get. So my appreciation for life has gotten much bigger than it used to be when I was a working person. My appreciation for the small things in life has definitely improved. I pay a lot more attention to the smaller things. And I think it's important too that we all stop and just smell the roses for a minute, because if you lose touch with what makes you happy, if you lose touch with nature, if you lose touch with with the world itself, sometimes you can go numb and you don't feel anything. And I don't know if that's healthy. I don't think it's healthy. So my advice to everybody is to, slow down for a minute. Even if you feel like it's not a good idea for you to slow down, don't think that way, because that's what they want you to think. You got to stop and say, wait, I'm important too. My job shouldn't be treating me like this, or my job shouldn't be forcing me to constantly be thinking about that all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I think more people need to stop and think and slow down a little bit. And I think that COVID actually helped people with that a little bit, because when we were all locked down in our houses, people kind of had to get in touch with themselves a little bit more. And I thought that was a good thing. And I think that's going to be good in the future, with the creative endeavors coming, more movies coming and things like that, because a lot of people, creativity stems from being in contact. You know what I'm saying? Being in contact with the world, not sitting back and looking at it as if you're on autopilot. You know what I mean? That's why I like that movie with the Adam Sandler with the remote control. And they talked about autopilot, because, so many people, they really do walk through life. They walk through life and they miss out on all kinds of stuff because they're walking through life. And I get it. It's hard out there. It's a hard world, and we're all struggling. We are all struggling. Even me, even people who don't work, we struggle. I struggle all the time with what's my self-worth if I don't have a job, because honestly, I used to, my self-worth came from working. My self-worth came from being a mom. My self-worth came from being a coach. Now I've had to try to veer in a different direction and find my self-worth in a different way. And I think that that's important. And I think more people should be slowing down and figuring out what they truly love. And I just rambled on forever. Danielle got majorly screwed when they didn't bring her back for 6. I love she was in the Rob Zombie movies, but I wish she got the chance to be in the Blumhouse trilogy, even as a different character. Yeah, I honestly don't. I think that she could have come back for 6. I don't think she wanted to, if I remember right. Okay, so 6 is an enigma, and here's why. Paul Rudd, what were they thinking? I mean, I had just seen Clueless. I know some people say that Clueless came out after, but for some reason, that's not how it was for me. I saw Clueless before I saw Halloween. And I remember sitting in the seat and turning to my husband and going, Paul Rudd, what a weird choice. Isn't he like, a romantic leading man? This seems like a weird choice. He's funny. He doesn't belong here. And he didn't. He plays it so awkward. And it reminded me of the Tommy Jarvis character in Friday the 13th Part 5, how he played it, I don't know. I want to like the Thorn trilogy, but I just don't. And I love Danielle and other things. Like, to me, Danielle Harris is Annie Brackett. She is Annie. The other one was an okay Annie, but Danielle brought such character to the part and such likability to the part that, that's when I think of Halloween and Danielle Harris, I'm thinking of the Rob Zombie Halloween. I know she was a kid and the other stuff, but it's just not my thing. Yeah, he's like 5'10". Yeah. Which was shorter than I was expecting, because I was expecting to have to look up to him, but nope. It's funny. I saw Justin. I don't know if you guys know who Justin is from Ryan 1988. He's also on the Lost River Drive-In with Nick. He's super tall. I mean, I had no idea. So when you see the picture of us together that he put one on his Instagram, I put one on mine. When you see the picture of us together, I look so short. I look so small because I barely come up to his belly button. I swear. He's so tall. But yeah, he was shorter than I was expecting. That's right. You know, you'll get punished too. Like especially like in Until Dawn, if you kick the dog, they give you an option to kick the dog. What the heck? I was like, you're not kicking the dog. If you do though, that will be bad consequences for you in the future. The dog won't help you get through the whole section in the future. There's a lot of stuff in that game that's like that, but the dog part baffles me because who's going to kick a dog? Have you seen anybody actually play that game where they kick the dog? Have you kicked the dog? I can't kick the dog. Me too. I have two cats. I used to have three. Three is the most I can have at one time, though. Once I hit three, I'm like, oh, that's too much. I did have a bunch of kittens one time, but I got rid of them as soon as they were old enough. It's a good one. It really is. It's so colorful and the music is awesome. And I don't know. For me, it's just a staple. I have to watch that one every year. I watch that and I watch Gremlins and I watch A Christmas Story every single year. It's such a shame that Donald Pleasance is gone. For me, he's the best part of the franchise. He said he would have made 100 movies if he could. Loomis was like Van Helsing and Michael was Dracula. Yeah. Yeah. Very much so, like Van Helsing. I always thought that. It does. And I would buy it immediately if they did it. I mean, immediately. I want to say, Brad at 4K Tent Revival, he's in here. They were doing some shopping the other night, and yes, it affected me, and I had to go shopping. I had to go. So I ended up, what did I get? I got two things. I got my brain just went blank. Sorry guys. When it comes in, I'll do a video. How about that? But I ended up getting two boutique things from Vinegar Syndrome. Vinegar Syndrome. I don't remember what it was. Two things from Vinegar Syndrome. And I think it's funny because it's almost like the guys are being an bad influence shopping on the girl. Usually it's the other way around, right? But no, I'm getting influenced by you boutique people. Hubby says thank you. No, he's cool. He's cool about me buying. I don't go crazy and I don't overbuy. So, excuse me. Sorry, my hair is in my nose. Yeah, it never goes away. It just doesn't. Especially if you're a girl and you lost your dad. There's something about father-daughter relationships that, you just don't have that relationship with anybody else but your dad. So that's been tough on me. Yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, David, how are you? I don't know if I'm going to, win or not. I'm not sure. I don't want to say that I am, even though people are telling me I'm going to win. I don't know. But if I do happen to win, I was thinking of nominating you. I hope that's okay. Because I checked out your channel, you qualify. So I think that, I would like to nominate you when I do the nominations. Sorry, guys. I've been working on a lot David Lynch stuff in relation to his spirituality. I was talking to historians who wrote about his guru and his guru's guru. Really? Is that what you're working on right now? You're going to put that out soon? What kind of David Lynch? You just doing like all this stuff? You could ask me to help with that. I would totally love to do that. I'm going to be doing another Twin Peaks project here pretty soon with a channel called Gaming University. And this guy, he is so cool, and he plays all my favorite games. So because the games that he's been playing is related to Twin Peaks, and he's never seen Twin Peaks, I was like, you have to see Twin Peaks. Otherwise, you're not really understanding all of these references in the game. And when you go and just watch the show, it's going to look familiar, because of all of the coincidences, well, not coincidences, but all of the homages in Alan Wake to Twin Peaks. Basically, it is Twin Peaks. The town itself is exact. The restaurant is almost exact. I mean, it's cool. It's my favorite. I love that game. I was 21 when our dad died of bone cancer. He was 54. Yeah, my dad was only 63, and he died of a blood clot, but I honestly think that he was sick ever since he got back from Vietnam. So basically his whole life was just him being sick from that. So dude, I'm here. I'm your guy with Da Vinci. You are? All right. You can teach me. Show me the ways, oh guru of Da Vinci. Yeah, that's sad. Have you and Voltaire met in person yet? Man, he is a mystery. He is my favorite mystery. I'm going to wonder what he looks like forever. And I always picture him as like a really suave, debonair type man, with a nice suit, always looking spiffy, very shined up shoes. We all know he likes to shine his shoes, and driving a sports car of some kind. That's how I view Voltaire. And yeah, I love him. It's been a while since I talked with him. Yeah, I heard that about him too. Yeah. Sometimes directors, they have these certain particular ways of trying to get specific types of performances out of their actors, and I just don't know. If I was a director, man, I would be much, much more easygoing, probably, about, letting the actors develop their own characters. But that's just me. Kubrick is Kubrick, Kubrick's methods were bad, and I believe there were better ways to get what he wanted. I agree 100%. You mean in my woods? I don't know what it is. It does. I mean, Jersey Devil would make sense, but except I don't live in Jersey, and I live very far from there. I'm 6 hours at least from there. So I don't know. But I mean, the first thing that popped in my head was Wendigo. That might be just because I'm watching too many, horror movies and playing too many horror games, but that's really what I saw in my head. Scary. Philosopher werewolves are called Y-wolves. Hey, Dave. Happy Monday. How are you? Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I know they had a female werewolf in American Werewolf in Paris, but I think they should do a remake of American Werewolf in London, play the part of David with the same story or different story. Why? Why do a remake of a perfect movie? Why? I love American Werewolf in Paris, by the way. Wow. I love that movie. And the music. The music is fantastic. Anything that puts Bush in their soundtrack, I'm totally into it. That's why I like Fear too, because they got Bush in their soundtrack. And Bush is one of my favorite bands from the 90s. I really love that band. None of the songs on their albums stink. They're all good. I love them. Hello, Dave. Stalag 17. I don't know that one. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it and talking about it. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. I'll be watching that sometime within the next couple of weeks. Probably I'll do it next week and then watch it a couple times so I make sure I know what the heck I'm talking about. Australian horror is good. Yeah. Whenever I think of that, I think of Wolf Creek, you know. Hey, Phil. How you doing, Phil? Guys, go over to Phil's creepy videos and give him a connection because he's got cool content and he has really cool stuff in his collection. I love when he gets on and shows us all the little things he gets in his collection. It's so cool. So go over there. I didn't see the remake. That's how bad I didn't like Cabin Fever. I wouldn't even bother with the remake because, ew, is it worse? Oh God, I don't think I could watch it then because the original is so hard to watch. It makes me, every girl I know went, oh, because it's hard enough to run a razor across your leg, you know, and make sure that you don't cut yourself. But you see that, oh my God, that's just terrifying. Yeah, they creep me out. Trish and I are big fans of Sabrina the Teenage Witch, the old one with Melissa Joan Hart. We're watching it right now. I used to watch that show in the 90s. I haven't seen it in a long time. I really like the new Sabrina show. I thought it was great. The fact that they canceled it, I was like, what? Why? It really is good. I don't see there any reason why they should cancel it. And a lot of people I was talking to didn't want to watch it because they thought it was like, you know, about teens. And yeah, it is. But how often is it you see teens having orgies, right? There's like a lot of risque stuff in that show. The Dark Adventures, is it the Dark Adventures or something? Adventures of Sabrina. Um, Such a good show, guys. I would go watch it if you get a chance. Because there it's way above teen level, if you ask me. There's way too many things in that are just too risque. I'd say it's like it kind of has a Euphoria feel, but not quite. I mean, it doesn't look like Euphoria or even have the same kind of, there's just something about it that they remind me of each other. I don't know why. The Rucka Rucka guys did a great job with Talk to Me. Yeah, I haven't seen Talk to Me yet either. I'm behind on a lot of stuff because I've been fighting with my disease. And when I'm fighting with my disease, I sometimes just tune out because I'm sick all the time and it makes me depressed, which also makes me not want to do things and not want to watch things and not want to socialize. And so, you know, I will get back into my groove. I just got to get everything under control. Jamie needs a new groove. Yeah, they are. They are. There's no doubt. I'm saying that's like what I was saying about the extreme right and the extreme left. They're both in the wrong, if you ask me. So, yeah, I see them as like an extreme group. So, not a horror movie in the traditional sense, but I thought Contagion was terrifying. I really thought so too. When Gwyneth Paltrow falls on the floor and she's having that seizure, it freaks me out every time I see it. It's terrifying. Let's be honest, social media makes war an impossible situation when going against people who have lesser standards of fair. That's true. What tires me out is like people want to, instead of let others be themselves and just let people be themselves, they're always like, you have to convert to me. You have to convert to my side. You have to convert to what I think. But and then if you don't, we're going to kill your people. That's just wrong. I don't understand it at all. I am a huge like anti-war person, so I have a hard time even discussing it. Especially because that's the reason I'm sick. I wouldn't have this disease if my dad didn't go to Vietnam. I wouldn't have this disease if my dad didn't go to Vietnam and get sprayed directly with Agent Orange. Um, because that's how come I have Hashimoto's disease, because the number one disease reported by children of Vietnam vets who were sprayed with Agent Orange is Hashimoto's disease. I have it, and one of my brothers has it. So I have like this thing about war. I want everybody to get along, and I know it's impossible because you're always going to have people thinking they know better than other people, and people are too whiny about their own beliefs and want everyone just to fall in line and follow along rather than actually just saying, well, you be you and I'll be me, you know? When actors do political messages, I just picture Team America, Alec Baldwin speech. Yeah. But I actually think that I actually think it's better to get the messages through them, to be honest. You don't want your messages coming from the news media at all, especially specific ones. I'm sure you all know who I mean. You do not want that. They're not telling you the truth. And I think actors will tell you the truth. Now, they may not do it outright. They may tell you a story and have a little message in the story. And you may not like the message, you know, but that's not why they put it there. They put it there because they have something to say, you know, and you may not always agree with what they say, but at least it's fair and open and honest. You know, it's not some talking head on TV spouting out talking points at you constantly 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And most of them are lies, you know. I can't stand that. So I think it's much better way of getting through to people's heads if musicians and actors are the ones out there giving the messages. I'm way, way against anybody telling an actor or a actress or a singer or anybody that they can't speak their mind politically. I am way against it. And to be honest, I honestly think that, you know, a lot of times creative people have a more well-rounded view of the world, especially comedians. I actually think comedians might be the smartest people on the planet because their whole job is to point out absurdity, right? That's their job, to point out absurdity. So when they say something political, listen. Most of the time. I think that some of them might be saying things, I don't know. I believe they're in right and wrong, guys, and I believe there's people out there who are saying the right thing, and I believe there's people out there saying the wrong thing. And I don't want to tell you which is which because that's what'll get me in trouble. But I do think that there is a right and a wrong. So take that for what you will. She was spreading misinformation. That's what got her in trouble. What I heard, I don't want to call it misinformation because if it's related to her feelings, that's different. But I heard that she implied that the media is a bunch of Jews. That's what I heard. I didn't really look at what she said. I haven't really looked into the situation. I'm only going by what I heard on We Watched a Movie. And if you guys don't know that channel, go watch that movie or go watch that channel because those guys are pretty cool and they do some good content over there. But just like all those preachers who were telling people to shoot bleach during the pandemic. Yeah. I don't know exactly what got her in trouble, except for the fact that maybe she said something that seemed a little anti-Semitic. That's what I heard. As actors, it is our responsibility to read the newspapers and say what we read on television like it's our own opinion. Oh, I don't know about that, but I definitely think that telling actors just to shut up just because they're actors is rude. I mean, seriously, ick, gross. Say that in front of me and see what happens. Because if you do, I might, it actually makes me want to get physical. Like, I really want to punch somebody or slap somebody who says something like that, because I'm like, who are you? These people can say what they want. Who cares if they're actors? I actually think actors and musicians should be out there saying these things, because most of the time they're going to say the right thing. But that's just my little opinion. Gwendolyn Christie. Yeah, I think she will be back. She was the principal, right? She was awesome. The thing is, I agree actors can say whatever they want about politics, First Amendment, but First Amendment, that's not really, that's used all wrong in all kinds of ways. We don't actually have like the right to free speech like people say we do. It's not like that. It isn't even meant for us as people. It's meant for the press. It's meant for the press. Yeah, we have free speech, but we also have the consequences that come with the speech that we say. So if we say something and people don't agree with it and we get in trouble for saying it, that's perfectly fair and honest behavior. It's just like on the playground, when we were kids, the bully would usually get ganged up on by the kids because the people would get sick of the bully, that's kind of the same mentality I kind of see all this stuff as, one, there's bullies and there's non-bullies. That's how I see it in politics. There's bullies and there's non-bullies. And most of the time, the bullies are in the wrong. So some of the things I've been seeing the last couple of weeks, I'm just like, what? A senator should not be standing up and trying to fight with a witness during a hearing, a committee hearing. It just shouldn't happen. And then he goes on news stations and says how awesome he feels for doing that. Ew, what are you, 12? Gross. Grow up. Ick. Take another roid. And that's the only political opinion you're going to get out of me tonight. How about that? But they know what they're public figures and whatever they say is going to backfire. I know. The problem is, back in the old days, like actors and musicians, they could say a lot more because there wasn't the internet, right? The internet is the problem. The internet allows every kind of speech, every kind of opinion to get out there in the internet sphere. And when that happens, that's going to cause trouble. That's going to cause problems. It's going to cause confusion. And it's going to cause disinformation and misinformation. And if you don't know the difference between those two words, misinformation is an accident. Misinformation is when you accidentally tell somebody something that you think, and then you find out it's wrong. That is misinformation. Disinformation, which I think is what a lot of the news media is doing. Disinformation is purposely lying. So if you get somebody giving you disinformation, they have an agenda. Watch out for people with agendas, because a lot of times a person with an agenda, their agenda usually isn't good. Because here's what I think. I think that most people, good people, they walk around and they don't have agendas. They walk around, they just want to live, they just want to be happy, they're nice to people, they're kind. Then you got your others, and they're the damage doers. There's a lot of people out there with a lot of stress, and I get it. But you're going about it in the wrong way. You're taking it out on the wrong people. You need to actually, direct that anger at the proper channels. And sometimes I think that the internet kind of makes it so that nobody really knows what the proper channels are. You know what I'm saying? So that's my opinion on that. It was Freebie and the Bean didn't last a season. I knew it. I thought so. I could have sworn there was a TV show. When Scream 5, if it does, I'm where make I don't understand your language, Scott. I don't understand what you're trying to say here. You want to wear your costume to the theater? Is that what you're saying here? I personally didn't think what she said was anti-Semitic. She was expressing her opinion on genocide. Agreed. Agreed. But other people could definitely see what she said as troublesome. And I get it. I mean, I also have a very business type mind sometimes, and I understand the business aspect of it. But at the same time, I also think that if you do that, you're just a wimp. You're a wimp who won't stand for anything because of dollar signs. I'm talking about the studio here. You know, you're being wimpy. You're being wimpy if all that matters to you is the dollar signs, and you don't care about the people. Because here's the thing: a boss, okay, who cares about their employees isn't going to tell their employees they're fired over them expressing themselves, especially expressing themselves on their own time, on their own personal Twitter or Instagram or Facebook page, right? So I don't know. I think that it's a form of blackmail, really. And that's sad. Should I have said that? It does feel like it though, doesn't it? Like a little bit, like a form of blackmail where you can't say exactly what you want to say at all times, because otherwise you might be in jeopardy for some reason. Your job's in jeopardy, or your livelihood's in jeopardy, or whatever it is. But it's also, if you look at it from another perspective, I guess you could say, well, you need to self-censor. The thing is, there's a fine line between self-censoring and suppression, so saying what she said so recklessly, it was not a smart move on her part, career-wise. She should have known better that it would get her fired, whether it was justified or not. That's just how these studios are. Yeah, because they care about money more than they care about other things. Which, look, I believe that in the creative process, money has a role, but also if you let money control the whole thing, then the creativity does eventually go away, because you'll never want to take a risk. You'll never want to take a risk on anything. So I'm not really into all these studios and their ideas and, everything being about money all the time, because I want something creative. I want to watch something and have me go, wow, that really blew my mind. Like the way Halloween Ends did. Halloween Ends just not at all what I was expecting. And I liked that. That was a positive thing. And it blew my mind. And I don't know. I wish more studios would take more risks. Creativity seems to be dwindling. When Scream 7 gets released, or if it does, I'm going to wear my Scream robe and mask to the movie cinema. I see. Yeah, well, that sounds like fun. Sing the Jet Jaguar song. What is the Jet Jaguar song? Is that you mean like the Jets, the football team? The Jets? Do they have a Jaguar song? Because the only song I know is, the Bills make me want to shout. I only oppose people saying what they want when they say something opposite to what I believe. Yeah. Isn't that funny? Honestly, that's how it seems like everybody is so wrapped up in their own beliefs now that it seems like it's hard for people to converse with each other because everyone gets so upset and butthurt a lot of times over, conversations in regards to politics and, religions and all those things. So I don't know. It makes it so that you don't feel like you can say what you want to say. And I definitely have felt like that a lot. I felt like that a lot. Um, but at the same time, if I'm being suppressed, that means the other side can say whatever they want. And I kind of see the other side as a bunch of bullies. So, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know how to stand up for what I believe in and not have people get mad at me. Do you know what I'm saying? Slappy hand heart. The Pulse. Never have seen that movie. That's a good movie. I liked it. I mean, it's cheesy in a way. It's for a Japanese remake. It's or maybe it's not Japanese. That might have been a Korean one. Either way, Pulse is a pretty good movie, and I like Kristen Bell in it. She's pretty good, but it's also not the greatest movie. I don't know. I enjoy it, but I don't think everybody would. Why not? Sing it to me. I need to know the words. Are you guys singing? Oh, Moo from the cows that I was telling you guys about. Yeah, that was weird. Listening to cows howl all night freaked me out. Was it a wolf howl or a Bigfoot howl? If it was a Bigfoot you heard. I don't think it was a Bigfoot. I don't believe in Bigfoot, really. If you ask me, it sounded like a woman screaming, but it wasn't a woman screaming. It could have been what they call a fisher, a fisher cat. It could have been one of those. They are around here. It's just they're few and far between. And going to the woods lately is a little bit risky anyway. I mean, everybody that's seen that video on my channel knows that a bear literally came in my backyard, not even my woods, came in my backyard, pulled my bird feeder down, stepped on it, and so that all the food would come out both ends, and he ate all my bird seed. Bears. That's what I'm scared of around here. Bears. And that's why I will never watch Backcountry. Nope. I watched it once and I was so scared I can never ever watch that again. Scared the bejesus out of me. Yes. Oh, that's Sam. Yeah. Yeah. He escaped. I got his head over there. Took his head. See it? It's over there by the lights there. If you attack me, you're gonna lose your head. Don't tip me over. It's so hard for my fat ass to stand back up. That's true. That whole tipping cows thing is just a lie. You can't not do that. It doesn't happen. It doesn't work. Hi, Katie. Hi. Hello, dear. How you been? Haven't seen you in a while. I don't know, but I really like the look of it. And from what I saw, I mean, I really want to see it. It looks incredibly good in my opinion. I'm looking forward to it. Everybody's saying hi to Katie. I hear the biggest critics of Napoleon are the French. It's supposedly not historically accurate enough for them. Well, I don't know. To have everything be, I mean, if we're making movies, we want to send a message. Having things historically accurate is a good idea, but creative license, you got to throw stuff in there that makes it entertaining. So I truly believe that a lot of times lies are mixed with truth in these kinds of movies. So 24 years. That's awesome. in 2024. So you see, I got married in the year 2000. You got married in the year 2000. Is that what you're saying? Because for my husband and I, our wedding goes exactly what year it is. That's how many years we've been married. Now we've been together though since 1994. I started dating him in college, and we pretty much been together ever since. But by marriage years, 23. So have my 4DX to Godzilla -1 this Friday. 4DX. Is that like 4K? What is that? Godzilla 1998 is underrated. The most recent MonsterVerse Godzilla and Kong movies are all super fun. I agree. They are. Hey guys, hang on for 1 minute. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Had to go on a quick bio break. Rocking Around the Christmas Tree is a good song. I love that. Silver Bells, that's it. Thank you, Robert. Silver Bells. That's it. Jamie needs to be in a Hallmark Christmas movie. Oh my God. I don't know, Patrick. You know, I really loathe those, right? Like, I'm so not a Hallmark Channel fan. And I really hate rom-coms. Like, very few rom-coms are in my movie collection. I don't gravitate towards them. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of like corny stuff, you know? I mean, sure, everybody likes certain ones. There's certain ones like A Walk to Remember. I love that movie so much, but it's different. It's not the usual, right? Um, but if you try to show me Love Actually, I'm gonna laugh because I just don't, I just don't get into rom coms. And Hallmark Channel, I never watched it. I never watched the Hallmark Channel, and it's weird because I think, okay, so back in the day. I think the Hallmark Channel used to show soap operas in the morning. And I was watching a soap opera. I was up early in the morning, like 7 o'clock. I was watching a soap opera on that channel. And it was, the phone rang, right? I answer it, and my husband goes, "Hey, Jamie, turn on the TV right now. Something bad is happening in New York." And I'm like, okay. So I turn the channel, and I see the towers, on fire, or the one tower on fire. The other one was still fine at that time. And I thought to myself, oh my God, I was watching stupid soap operas when this was going on. And I felt really guilty about it, So I have not watched a soap opera since 9/11. That is the last time I ever saw a soap opera. I ever watched one, because I felt like, what am I doing wasting my time watching this crap when I should have been watching something like, I should have been watching the news and saw this actually happen, And to be honest, I did see the whole thing. I saw it from before the second plane hit. I saw the second plane hit, and that's when I said to my husband, "Oh my God, this is the terrorist attack." I was on the phone relaying information to the entire room. He had me on speakerphone, and I was just relaying information to his work. And when the tower fell, I said I knew it was going to fall. I was like, there's no way that building is going to stay up like that. There's no way that building is going to stay up with a fire burning on that floor. And sure enough, the first tower fell before the second tower. It was the second tower that got hit first, though. So really, the tower that got hit second fell before the tower that got hit first, which I found weird. But I also think it's because of where the building itself got hit. And I know there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there about 9/11. And look, I was watching TV that entire day, and yes, they took building 7 down. And they said, get out of the area. We're taking the building down. They didn't tell people they weren't taking the building down. They said, we're taking the building down because it had too much structural damage after being, hit by all the debris. So when people go around saying, that it was some sort of conspiracy theory, no, it wasn't. They told people they were going to take it down. There was no, I know for a fact that the way that those buildings got hit by those planes, they weren't going to stay up. The structural integrity wouldn't hold for those. So all these conspiracy theories crack me up. Because in my opinion, just by looking, I could tell what's true and what's not. So I don't know. Silver Bells by Bing Crosby. Yes, I love that. And Bing Crosby is like one of my favorite Christmas albums of all time. And that one reminds me of my dad big time. Also, the Carpenters Christmas album and Barbra Streisand. Those are the Christmas albums I grew up listening to. And I still love them to this day. I know. Sorry, Ben. I try not to, but it always ends up coming up for some reason. I've only seen one review for Napoleon. It wasn't favorable. Oh, that's a shame. I really want to like it because it looks good. It looks epic. But, a lot of people didn't like the movie Alexander, and I did. So I don't know. Maybe I'll like it in spite of what others say. My favorite Christmas song, Silent Night and Santa Claus Comes to Town, and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Those are good ones. Christmas wrapping is the correct answer. I don't even know what that's about anymore. I'm probably so far behind. It isn't going to be a long one tonight, you guys, because, oh my God, it's already 2 hours. I said, I'm only going to go on for like an hour tonight. And here I am. It's 10:30. Well, I'm an idiot. They said it was sluggish. Oh, well, we'll see. I usually like these historical, drama movies, like JFK and Ruby and Nixon. I mean, I just bought Nixon. I got it from the Kino Lorber sale, the last one I went to. Takes Rose, sniff, snort, cough, 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 wheeze, raspy cough, deep breath. If you're allergic to the flowers, don't smell the flowers. Go smell the coffee. Damn fine coffee. Do you remember? Yeah. Hello. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Yeah. I've got the Sweet Arrow release of Wild Things. It's got a poster in here. I haven't put the poster up yet, but I will. I just got to measure it and figure out what the size is. But yeah, I love these releases that Arrow has been doing in these big cases like this with the booklet, the booklet that tells you about, all the stats and stuff on the movie, and it's got great pictures in it. And then it gave me a double-sided poster. It's got that side, and then the other one is this side. And this side is probably the one that I'll put on the wall because I like the colors. So, but yeah, I know that movie very well, and it's one of my favorites, and I bought the special edition because I love it so much. Arrow stuff usually is good. Their stuff has been top notch. here I am having trouble getting the booklet back in. But yeah, I have that, and it's one of my favorite movies. And I was going to pull out a bunch of movies to show you guys tonight that are my favorites in my collection, but I ran out of time, so I didn't get a chance to do that. But this is one of them, and it would have been in my show and tell tonight, because this one blows my mind, because it has some like risque stuff in it, but in spite of that, it's a really good story and with very good performances. And I loved the scene on the beach when she's taking her teeth out. That is wild. That is crazy. And I don't know. I really like this movie, and I recommend it to anybody, you know. I mean, it's got some crazy stuff in there that's a little, but it's still really, really, really good. And it's a good story. Yes, I love Clueless. I have the Steelbook of that, and I also have it on. I've got the 30th anniversary Blu-ray of it, but I'm probably going to be giving away the 30th anniversary Blu-ray and just keeping the Steelbook, because I plan on doing a giveaway of some of the things that I have that are doubles or extras. That's in my future plans, probably. If not this month, next month. I also plan on coming back here and doing some watch-alongs. I thought maybe we could do a watch-along by the end of this week. So I don't know about tomorrow or Wednesday. Wednesday, I'm going to the doctor. So I probably won't want to do it Wednesday night, because I'm not going to feel good. I never feel good after I go to the doctor. I always come home feeling icky. No matter what it is they're doing to me, I always come home feeling icky from there. So probably not then, but maybe Thursday or Friday. Also, I'm trying to be careful about when I do my shows, because I really don't want to clash with anybody that I feel like is important. Like I went up against Night Watch Zone tonight, and I really hate doing that, because I love those guys. I really do. And I would never want to like take people from them, and plus I like being in their chat. So I think it's the finally do a remake or sequel to Godzilla. Do you think I've been worth doing the movie? Or Scott, you're English. I mean, you're Australian, right? Why am I having such a hard time with your sentence structure? Don't get mad at me. I was an English major. In high school, I literally majored in English. For some reason, my high school, I don't know if you guys went to school that had regents, okay? But in New York, we had this thing called regents, and you had to make certain requirements to get a regents diploma. And one of the requirements for me was I had to take a whole bunch of extra stuff. Extra English was one of them, and they made you declare a major. And I declared English, because literally I don't have to try. I never had to try at all in English class. I got A's when I didn't even try. So I decided to major in it because I obviously had a good understanding of it. So, but I'm having a really hard time reading your stuff out because of your sentence structure. I'm sorry. I want to read it out. It's always good to try and turn your brain off. I've suffered from hypochondria since I was a teenager. It can be so debilitating. Yeah, I mean, I've been accused of that my whole life. If they only knew. Like if my school nurses knew now what I'm going through, and knew what I've been through, and that I have this Hashimoto's disease, they would all turn to each other and go, "Oh, that's what it is." Because I was always sick. I was sick all the time. And they would send me home more times than most people in my class. So I got to be known as the sickly girl, I puked all the time. I puked as much as people with bulimia. to the point where one of my school nurses, when I was in high school, called my mom and actually accused me of being bulimic. My mom laughed at her and she's like, no, no, no. Jamie is not bulimic. I would definitely know if she was bulimic. And no, she just pukes a lot. She pukes a lot. And it's because I'm nauseous all the time. I get nauseous a lot. And that's just part of the deal. That's part of the disease. I get a lot of dizziness and a lot of nausea. Sorry about my nose, guys. I hate itching my nose when I'm on camera, but my hair is like staticky and it's flying around. And I like to put a shit forward so that you guys can't see my whole face. Excuse me. I'm sorry. A little bit of a dry throat. But yeah, I mean, I was never a hypochondriac. I was never a hypochondriac. I was just sickly. And it caused me a lot of pain in my life. Even by teachers, sometimes they were rude. And I don't want to talk about that too much. Oh my God, you got the head nod from Paul Rudd. I want a head nod from Paul Rudd. I want a head nod and a dance. Oh God, I love that guy. Literally, like, I think he might be one of my favorite actors of all time. I just love him, everything he does. And it's funny, if you watch something like Anchorman, right? In spite of that movie being a Will Ferrell movie, I still look at the cast and I can see each individual and how their talents and how big their talents are. That's just a fantastic movie. I love that movie. Yeah. Yes, that's what I meant when I said there's risque things in it. Yes, that's a thing of legends. Hey, Robert, how are you? Do you think the My Bloody Valentine 1981 movie is the best Blu-ray? I don't have that one. It's not one of my favorites. I do remember that movie and I've seen it a bunch of times, but that's not one that I will probably buy and put in my collection because I'm very particular about what I'm going to have in my collection. If I think it's just going to sit there on the shelf and not ever get put in my player, then I'm not going to buy it. Pretty much everything that I own, I'm going to watch. It's just, I see no point in buying something that I won't watch. So I won't buy it just to buy it. If I don't like the movie, I just won't buy it. Kicking dog's real name. What? I got rid of them. What? You got rid of what? Wait, who got what? I'm so far behind, you guys. I have no idea what's going on anymore in the chat. That's a good one. I love that. I don't have it on Blu-ray. I have the DVDs. I bought them as they came out, so they're not even the ones with the extra footage, which I'm sad about. One day I'll upgrade. But right now, I just got my regular old DVDs that I bought as they came out. That's right. I want to be a boutique baller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I was a little bit taller. Shania Twain is awesome. Man, back then, she was the shiznit. That don't impress me much. Love it. You're going to watch Good Burger 2? I saw the commercials for it. Is it out? It looked like it might be funny. My son really liked Good Burger back in the day. A lot. I only remember watching it, I don't know, maybe a couple times. I wasn't always paying attention to what he was watching. I don't know, Robert. You vote for David? Do you remember Harry and the Hendersons movie? I do. Um, it's been a while, but I saw that at the theater when it came out. It was a family thing. Did that with my whole family. I thought you were nominated once before. I hope you don't mind if I nominate you again. I think it's fair, you know. I went and checked your channel out, and you know, it seems to me like you qualify. You're a perfect qualifier. So if I win, I might be nominating you. I hopefully be nominating you. No, I haven't. No. Yeah, I thought it was a while back, like back when Garrett was nominated, right? Was that when you were nominated? No. Gaming University is a great channel for all kinds of gaming lore, especially games that are like real deep games, like Alan Wake, real story intensive games. He is. I absolutely love watching that guy play stuff. I love going in there when he's live. I mean, some stuff he plays I don't watch. I mean, I think he played Kingdom Hearts. I didn't watch that. But I do like his other playthroughs. And him and I have been talking to each other about Twin Peaks, you know, for a long time now, probably almost 2 years. So it's about time he actually watch it. I'm looking forward to it. We still haven't figured out the logistics, but we'll get to it. I'm a dude. She's a dude. We're all dudes. Everybody's dudes. I'm a dude. You're a dude. Everybody's dudes. It's just a thing. It's an 80s thing. That's me. You spelled it right. Friedkin also likes to color grade his movies 1,000 times over, like an obsessive compulsive. Great filmmaker, but very anal. You know what, though? That's what I kind of like about him. I really enjoy the color, his color usage, in like A Clockwork Orange and The Shining. The color usage, and of course in Eyes Wide Shut, the color usage in that is extremely unique because it's very based on, you know, the rainbow and the colored lights throughout the whole thing. The Christmas lights, if you follow along with the movie, once he realizes that he's been living in a fantasy, basically, he shuts the Christmas lights off and you don't see any Christmas lights for the rest of the movie. I think that's pretty cool. I don't know if you've noticed that before, but I do like the way he uses color. I think that the way that the bathroom looks in The Shining, the way that the scene in 237, the way that the color scheme is in there, they're all so memorable, and it's unique. His vision, the way that he frames things is unique. And that's what I'm always looking for in a director. I really like directors that have a specific vision and a specific, like if you see their movie, you know it's one of their movies. Like if you see a David Lynch movie, you know it's a David Lynch movie. If you see a Rob Zombie movie, you know it's a Rob Zombie movie. That's the kind of director that I like. I like a director that has a style. Rob Zombie, I will defend him till my dying day because I love his style. I know that his writing isn't the best. I know he puts a lot of swear words and, you know, makes all people seem like they're all scumbags. And the truth is, a lot of times in my experience growing up, I saw a lot of people like that. You know, like the stepdad at the table. I saw a lot of people like that. And I think Rob Zombie probably did too, which is where it comes from. I saw a lot of people they weren't classy, you know, and they didn't care. So I think that's kind of it probably scared him like it scared me. And that's probably why he uses that kind of, way of speaking in his writing. He does do some things though that make me go, oh, but look at it. Look at the movies. Look at the framing. Look at it. It's gorgeous. Everything he films is gorgeous. It's gorgeous. And who would think to use Freebird in such a way? That was genius. Everything he does, all the music he puts in the movies, his movies are always good. So I don't know. I just really like him a lot. I love that movie. It's one of my, what do you call those? Guilty pleasure. Like I said about the American Werewolf in London remake idea, I think it should be a female version with the same storyline, but with a female. Why? You're not telling me why. You're telling me what you want, but you're not telling me what the purpose is. What is the reason that you think this should be done? Because in my opinion, I don't think that should be done. Number one, there's no reason to change David's character into a female. What's the reason? There's no reason for it. I mean, it's just going to make people mad. So why do it, right? Don't do it. Just make your own movie like they did with Paris. Paris, they used a female. That's how you do it, right? You don't take somebody's creative artwork and then change it to suit you because you just feel like it. I mean, that's just wrong. So no, I don't want that to occur. I don't want them to remake a perfect movie. I'm so mad that, well, I'm glad they didn't actually remake The Exorcist. Instead, he did his own thing. But at one time I thought they were going to remake The Exorcist, and my freaking head was about to pop off because I'm tired of this. I'm tired of it. We don't need to remake everything. It's not even right to do so. It's lazy. It's lazy. And it's like you were talking as a kid and you said, oh, I wish this movie had this. And then you grew up and you made it. Great. You're great. Creative. That's real creative. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm getting mean now. It's just that I am sick and tired of this same story, the same old, same old. I want something new and something fresh. I'm tired of this remake everything. Ugh, gross. It grosses me out. Seriously. And this is because I have my own artist ambitions, right? I'm an artist. I would not want somebody to take one of my paintings and to change it just because they felt like it. I would not want somebody to take, one of my songs or one of anything that I make, one of my videos and change it just to suit them. I mean, it's not right. It's not right. And all these, like this person, whoever wrote American Werewolf in London, I can't remember who it is, whoever directed it, wrote it, whatever. If they see you say that, what are they going to feel like? What are they going to feel like? Are they going to be like, wow, that person really doesn't like what I did for them? That person doesn't really like what I made. There's a reason why The Wizard of Oz has never been remade. Why do that, right? There's a reason why you shouldn't do these things. If something's already good, if something's not broke, don't fix it. Don't fix what's not broke. Long live grunge. Woohoo, grunge. That's right. I was just listening to Foo Fighters. I was just listening to them. And I was thinking about Nirvana. So it's funny. But I love my grunge. Oh, wow. I had to refresh the page because the video never started for me. Hi, Jamie. Oh, hi. Hi, Phantom Cooper. It never started for you? Oh, my God. Oh, they have this little glitch thing. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. You were waiting for me to come on and it didn't because you have to refresh the page. I don't know why it does that. It should just be playing, live and it should just have me just pop up. But for some reason, it doesn't work like that. It's still London, but it's still fun, right? It's fun and it has good music. And I really like I thought the special effects weren't bad. And I saw it in the theater and I enjoyed myself. Really liked it. Yes. well, not American Werewolf in London. It was Paris. But yeah, Bush. I mean, that band, I just absolutely love them so much. I just never get sick of listening to their music. Every song is good. Blows my mind. Now I want to go listen to them. The Faculty has a great soundtrack. It does. I love that movie. I think more people should talk about that one too. It doesn't get, I know it's more sci-fi, but I still think of it as a horror movie, and I sort of see it as like like one of those particular movies in that particular era. It totally suits the era it came out in. So I don't know. I really like it. I need to buy that one. What's it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. I think the state is actively bombing hospitals. Yeah, it's wrong. I don't know why they want to hurt people who don't deserve it. You know, I don't know why innocent people have to suffer for, you know, in the movie Troy, there's something that Odysseus says, and he says, war is old men talking and young men dying. And wow, is that not profound? I mean, that is so truthful. It's sad. It's sick, really. It makes me angry, but it's true. It really is true. I don't like choosing sides when all I have is secondhand information. I feel like my opinion wouldn't change the outcome anyway. I'm not transferring energy to them by making a stand across the world. I totally get it. Like, I've kept my mouth shut about most things. I do have opinions, though, about them. Actors that question the official narrative tend to get fired for it, interestingly. I know. I don't know why. I don't know why they had to make such a big deal out of it. If I don't even know if any of us would even know what Melissa Barrera said had they not made a big deal out of it. You know, I don't think that any of us would have really cared. I go back to the 90s when I think about stuff like this. I go back to the 90s and I think about Bill Clinton, right? And I think about the blue dress, and I think about the blow job, and I think about the cigar, right? And I go, I don't care. I don't care. I didn't care then, and I don't care now. I never cared. I thought it was stupid that they went after him for it. Of course he's going to lie on the stand. He was standing there right in front of his wife, and he was like, crap, what am I going to do? What if it was you and your wife, Of course he's going to say, I had nothing to do. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Of course he's going to say that. It was wrong of us as humans to even care. You know what I mean? I didn't care. I didn't care back then. I still don't care today. But the other side did care, but they didn't. See, that's the thing. They didn't really care. They only wanted to use it against them. They don't really care that he was playing around with what's her face. They don't. And Hillary Clinton, wow, what a woman. She stayed with him after that. That is the kind of woman I want to be. That's what I want to be. And that's the kind of woman I am. My husband could do a lot of things, and I might not leave him. I don't look at it like that. I don't look at it as it's so petty. But see, she's not petty. She's real. And so what did she do? She stayed with her husband. That's reality. That's real. Her leaving would have been like too predictable and expected, and not I wouldn't have looked up to that, But I do look up to the fact that she stayed with him after all that, and they're still together today. And I really like that guy. Yeah, Ricky Gervais, he is. I'm telling you, comedians, they see the world for what it is, and that's how come they're good at what they do. The Screen Girl didn't say anything anti-Semitic. She just questioned why we only get one side of the narrative. Yes. I don't know if she's right about that, though. Like, I don't know if we only get one side. I think we're seeing both sides. It's just that I don't know why they have to make such a big deal out of what she said. I really don't care what she said, to be honest. I really didn't like the people in the comments of WWAM's video. Who are you talking about? Oh, I don't know. I don't know who you're meaning. Melissa said Israel was trying to commit genocide, which means they have the intent of wiping the race off the map. Yeah, okay. This is where it's getting into stuff that I have trouble talking about. I think they're both in the wrong and both in the right, and innocent people are dying, and that's wrong. And I don't really think that's much further from what she said. I don't know if Israel is trying to commit a genocide. I think that's a little bit far. I don't really believe that they would want to do such a thing. They don't strike me as that type of. But I mean, they do think that they're above everybody else. So I'm joking. I'm joking. I don't think that. I honestly don't know what to say about the war because I see both sides as wrong and both sides as right. So it's hard to. I don't think the war should be happening. And I think that Israel should be fairer to the Palestinians and maybe give them a little plot of land that they can call Palestine. That would fix everything, wouldn't it? That would solve it. But will they do that? Probably not. And that's sad, right? But no, but they could fix it all by just giving them a little piece of land that they can call Palestine. But they aren't going to do that. So fighting will continue. It's a really messed up situation. A lot of actors tend to say the right thing in terms of progressive domestic issues, but when it comes to international stuff, it always seems like they side with the State Department. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they know what they're talking about, then I think it's okay and they should be allowed to express themselves. But I think that people need to censor themselves. So if, for example, I'm censoring myself right now and censoring myself, I'm only talking about what I think I know about, if I don't think I know pertinent information or enough information to speak on something, I won't. So where's the history of Israel helping Palestine? They stole their homes and have been ethnically cleansing them for decades. See, that's the thing that I'm not sure about. I don't know if that's a goal. Do you know what I mean? It might be happening, but I don't know if that is actually their goal. And if it is, then they need a mama to slap them upside the head. Because that's messed up. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid the politics, but it follows me around like a puppy dog. Are you hyped about the Crystal Lake show? Love the fact that Brian Fuller, who made Hannibal, is making it. Kevin Williamson, who wrote Scream, is writing one of the episodes. I probably will check that out. I think it might be good. And I absolutely love Friday the 13th. So I might actually give that show a try over the Halloween. I'm not as sick of Friday the 13th as I am of Halloween for some reason. Although I really don't want them to make any more Friday the 13th either. So I just want them to come up with something new. It makes me, I'm getting angrier and angrier every year when a year goes by and nothing new is coming out. It's all remakes or reboots or taking somebody else's idea and reshooting it. It's just, I don't know. It gets annoying. My point is, overall, Barrera shouldn't have said anything about it until after they filmed Scream 7. Then she can say it because they can't fire you from a film they already made. Yeah, I get it. She probably didn't realize that would happen to her. And, I don't want to fault anybody in this because I think both sides have their reasons for things. I do understand why they fired her. And whether they should have fired her, that's a question that I can't really answer because I don't really know. I don't really, business wise, it makes sense. Creative wise, it doesn't. So she probably didn't anticipate losing her job for speaking out again. She probably didn't. This whole Palestine, Israel, Hamas situation is basically the same as Al Qaeda, Iraq, U.S. situation. Terrorists are hiding among civilians. Both wars, the superpower is killing civilians. Yeah, it really is sad. I kind of doubt we'll get Scream 8 anyways, but who knows? Ghostface X in space may happen. Elon Musk will be the killer. Yeah, that's funny. That would be funny. See, there's some creative right there. That's creative. I like that. Show me Elon Musk getting killed. It would be a bit hypocritical for Americans to overly judge Israel when they're in just as difficult situation as U.S. was with Iraq. Yeah, I'm not judging. You know, the whole Iraq thing gets me upset too because we didn't have a right to go in there like we did. But you know, talking about that gets you in trouble. But at the same time, all our information is secondhand, so hard to take a stance and feel comfortable. Right. She didn't anticipate the studio viewing it as anti-Semitic. That's what I think, basically. I don't think she thought that she was saying anything wrong. She should have known how closely linked our State Department and Hollywood are, but I think she's a younger actor. Yeah, she's super young. Jamie, just stand up for what you believe in no matter what. The people that count will stick with you. I appreciate that. I don't want anybody to ever feel uncomfortable with me, you know? I don't want to make anyone feel like I'm judging them in any way, or I don't, you know, I prefer, I prefer just not to talk politics. Unless I'm doing an actual political show, that's different. But when it comes to talking about movies and stuff, the only time politics ever comes up is if somebody is saying that they don't want artists to ever talk politics, which I think is just silliness. Because I think that they're the ones that should be, but that's just my opinion. I used to think cancel culture was the worst, but I think outrage culture is more damaging. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't like cancel culture either. Like, I don't know if sometimes I think canceling people, that's just, it's not right. I mean, who are we to think that we can just go out there and damage somebody's entire livelihood just because they said something we don't like? Like, a lot of times, I don't know if you guys ever watch these, drama channels or tea channels here on YouTube, but I do sometimes. And I keep track of what's going on in the YouTube sphere with these people. And a lot of times I think they're causing their own trouble, you know, because they say stuff and then somebody will get in trouble for saying something. And then they'll all gang up and do the whole cancel thing. And I'm not so sure that these people actually deserve it all the time. Sometimes, yes, they do. Like Onision. I don't know if you guys know who Onision is, but his getting canceled was necessary. But canceling other people for much less, I just don't know. And to me, it also seems like that everybody who's getting called out for things, especially here on YouTube, it always ends up being, they get accused of being a PEDO. And I don't understand. I mean, literally everybody that this gets canceled can't be doing that. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Some of them are. And so whoever is deserves it. But if there's not any evidence, why say it? You know, so I don't know. the cancel culture thing drives me bonkers because I don't think it's right. I don't think that we should control someone's lives so much like that. Like, there was a time when that wouldn't have happened to somebody. Like, they could go out and do what they want and say what they want and not lose their job, you know? But now you can't say what you want or do what you want because you might lose your job. And that's scary. And I don't like that. I think that's a very Minority Report kind of world. We're living in a very Minority Report kind of world. It's nerve-wracking, like targeted advertisements and, you know, the constant watch culture. Like, everybody has a camera on them at all times. There's cameras in the streets. Like, there's signs just on the road saying camera watching you, camera watching you. I mean, that we just allowed that to just happen and we didn't even question it. And it happened so quietly and under the radar that now what are we going to do? Right now it's too late. The Big Brother world is here and we're all in it. We're all in it. And it's too late to do anything about it, really, because these new generations, they've grown up being watched. My son grew up being watched everywhere he went, whether it be in school, on the bus, or home. That upsets me because if you normalize something like that, you normalize they're giving away their privacy by doing that. You know, oh, it's for safety. Well, you know, I'm pretty sure Ben Franklin said, you know, one who gives up their safety, you know, or gives up their freedom for safety is neither free or safe, you know, and that's true. That's 100% true. And it does worry me. It worries me, this little world we're living in right now where the younger generations are just used to this stuff. And I don't know if they know just how bad it really is. In my opinion, it is bad. All of these cameras and everything, it shouldn't be necessary. We shouldn't have to be watched so much. It shouldn't be like that. Sure, it stops crime. Hey, remember in Minority Report, the precogs? You know, I mean, pre-crime, you can't, it doesn't work. I don't know. That's just my opinion. And it worries me, all the cameras around and stuff. I just don't like it. And some will go around saying, well, if you're not doing anything bad, you shouldn't worry about it. That is the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life. That is so dumb. I mean, seriously. No, you shouldn't want people watching you just because you're being good. That's just, who are you being good for? Yourself? Because I don't think so, you know? I don't know. I had to make tons of mistakes growing up, guys. I made mistake after mistake after mistake to learn my lessons and become the person I am today. I don't know if these kids are able to even make mistakes. I don't even know. They're being watched constantly. Some of the mistakes they make are funny, actually. Some of them end up, you know, on the internet forever, and that's not good either. So, all right, I babbled enough about that. Social media has empowered a lot of keyboard warriors. We've all been guilty of it. Uncle Ben was right. There, with great power comes great responsibility. Yep. Uncle Ben, not Ben Franklin, but that's the Ben in Spider-Man. And yeah, it's with great power comes great responsibility. And I don't think that we're mature at all, humans. We're not mature enough to handle this open forum like we have. And it's proof. I mean, the proof is everywhere. All of the struggles and problems and you know, lacks of freedom and questions about freedom and the disinformation, the misinformation. I mean, it's all because we didn't stop and think if we should. We just did. You know what I mean? Should we make the internet? Should we? What could the ramifications be? I don't know. I don't think those people actually sat down and thought it through properly. But when it comes to something that large, it's kind of hard. But I don't think that our society is mature enough to really handle the society we're living in. That's what I feel. Just another young, naive, starving actress who doesn't get it yet. That's true. At least with cancel culture, you can set a standard with outrage. It's all over the board. Yeah, I don't know. Cancel culture is so petty. And I don't know if we should be doing that all the time. I don't know. Backcountry is gruesome. Yeah. And I watched it once. I can never watch that again. I can't. It terrified me worse than any scary movie. I mean, that stuff was real. And bears scare the crap out of me. And they're big, and they're living around here, you know. And one must have came right in my backyard because it crushed my. No squirrel or raccoon is going to be able to crush something like that, you know. So the bears scare me, and just the thought of I could be out camping and a bear could be tracking me down. And this, I bought my brother some bear spray because my brothers, they like to do these hiking trips and these camping trips, and they go to all kinds of different places to do it. And I told them, I said, I don't like you guys out there without some kind of protection. So I bought my brother some bear spray. The funny thing about cancel culture is that most canceled celebrities get their own Netflix special and a bunch of book deals after they've been canceled. Yeah, sometimes they do. I haven't seen that yet. I'm looking forward to it. Now, at Scarefest, they had the actual real bear actually there to have pictures taken with, but I didn't do it. But that bear actually resides in the Lexington Mall. So if you guys are ever in Lexington, Kentucky, you can go to the mall and see the real cocaine bear anytime. So I didn't even get a picture of that. Actually, I told everybody I was going to make a documentary, right, about Scarefest. But the thing is, this year was so different from the year before, and there was so much going on and so much less room. I didn't get my camera out at all. Like, I literally got my camera out only to take the pictures I took with the celebrities and the one I took with Justin, and that's it. I didn't take my camera out and film anything. There was just, it felt like too chaotic. And I was worried that something was going to happen to my camera, or that I was going to get in trouble for having my camera out and pointing in the wrong place, because they do not take kindly to, people walking around with their cameras and getting shots of the celebrities without their knowledge, because you're supposed to pay. And last year, the price for getting a picture taken, with a celebrity was varied. And some of them were like $15 and others were like, $60, $70, this year, everybody was 45. Everybody was 45 flat rate, which I thought was really weird. But that was just for an autograph. And some people were charging extra for a picture. Not everybody was, but some were. I didn't get a picture with anybody that was charging extra except for David Arquette. All the others just did the picture as part of the $45. So it was weird. I love Groundhog Day, and that is kind of a rom-com. But it's a different kind of rom-com. It's different. Absolutely agree. You've Got Mail is pretty good. I haven't seen Sleepless in Seattle for so long. I forgot what it's all about. And there's a few that I like. I mean, I'm not going to say I hate them all, but it's not what I go to first. I'll go to horror. I'll go to action. I'll go to comedy long before I'll look at a rom-com. It's just not my thing. That's right. It is a classic. Hello, Uncle Beer. Welcome. I need all your honest opinions. Jamie, why do you like the idea of a killer Ronald McDonald movie? I think it'd be very cool and scary. Somebody used to work for McDonald's and got fired. And I think that is a fantastic idea. a killer Ronald McDonald, somebody dressed up as Ronald McDonald running around killing people because of getting fired from McDonald's. That sounds like a top-notch horror movie to me. I'm all for it. I'm all down. So somebody get out there and make that, because that sounds great. It sounds awesome. It can be the horror mech in me. The pool scene in Wild Things, it was kind of groundbreaking, but I mean, before then they had the flapping fish scene in in Showgirls, right? So I don't know, one against the other. I gotta say, one's better than the other. You know, in Scream 6, there are similarities between this movie and Scooby Doo. Chad is Fred, Sam is Velma, Tara is Daphne. No, I don't see. I don't. What is with your brain, Scott Walker, and doing this comparison thing? I don't know. I suppose it's like me when I'm always looking for connections to David Lynch stuff, right? And everything. But Scooby Doo? I don't even at all see Scooby Doo in any of the Scream movies. So I guess I just think that's weird. It was because seeing lesbianism in a mainstream major studio movie wasn't very common back then like it is now. Nobody bats an eye now with the gay scenes in movies. That's true. That's 100% true. It wasn't an everyday thing back then. But, you know, it's really strange because I think that today's movies are very vanilla, you know, very, very bland, very vanilla. There's not a lot of like rated R, like horror stuff going on. There's no nudity in movies anymore. I mean, I remember in the 80s, every single movie, it didn't matter what it was about. Every movie would have a sex scene, even if it didn't make sense. Like vis-a-vis Halloween 3, right? It didn't make sense to throw the sex scene in there. But in the 80s, you had to have a sex scene in every single movie. You could predict it. It was predictable. Every movie you saw, you were going to see a sex scene. Every movie you saw was going to have some F words in it, right? And now it's like completely, you'd think that things would progress forward and people would be more easygoing as time has gone on. And instead, it feels like people have gotten more tight-wadded. I want to see more risky stuff, more risk. I've been looking a lot of fan art of Scooby-Doo and Ghostface a lot lately, and guess who's Ghostface Shaggy is? You're just saying that because of the Stu Macher thing. I'd love you to do commentaries. I do plan that. I want to do a watch along maybe this week. I don't know what movie yet. I haven't decided, but I figured that it might be fun to do a watch along. I'm all set up for it. I've been set up for it all year and I just haven't gotten around to doing one. But I thought it might be fun to do something like that and have conversation with the chat about whatever it is that I'm watching. Cause I don't know, it feels like the right move for me right now. Anyway, I haven't seen it yet. I'll get there. I haven't been able to go to the theater because I haven't wanted to risk it. I risked enough going to Scarefest and being around thousands of people. I didn't want to risk it any further. So I haven't been to the theater to see anything in months. I think the last thing I saw at the theater was probably Scream 6. So I took a Regents test and breezed through English, but got slammed with the math. I know the math was always hard. It's funny. I hated math, right? But I would always squeak by in the end. I thought I hated science. But for some weird reason, every year I'd get to the Regents at the end of the year and I would ace it. Like ace it. I'm not talking like, 70s or 80s. I'm talking like 90s, like a 92 on my earth science, and like a 97 on my biology. How did I do that? I would do crappy all year. And then I realized it's because I was memorizing this stuff because I like science. And I didn't realize that I really like science. And so whatever my teacher was teaching us would just stick. And I didn't realize it was sticking. So it's weird. Money, 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 money. I need to see it too. School sucks, at least mine did. It did for part of my life. And then part of my life, it was good. I'd consider my high school years good years. Before that, though, I was overly emotional all the time. What console? I have a PS4 right now. I want to get a PS5 for Christmas. We'll have to see. It's going to depend on what I can get one for. And I'm being picky about it too, because I want one with a disc drive, because I know they have them now that don't have disc drives. And I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. I don't like the idea of not having any physical media, no physical games, no physical movies. That just doesn't make sense to me. I want to own things. I don't want to feel like I own something. I want to actually own something. So that's why I'll get one with a disc drive, and I'll probably buy most games on disc. I do download games here and there, but for the most part, I try to get them on disc. What's up, Jamie? Smash that like button, and Saw 10 was good. I heard it was good, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing it. I think the best movies of 1993 are Dennis the Menace and Free Willy and Jurassic Park. Yeah. These three films were your favorite of 1993, and they were your childhood favorites. Free Willy is number one. I haven't seen that forever. Free Willy. I saw it at the theater when it came out, and I might have seen it a couple times on HBO, but I haven't seen that in a long time. Dennis the Menace is hilarious, but I don't remember much about it. And Jurassic Park, oh my God, I've seen that so many times. I absolutely love that movie. A little trivia. Exorcist 2 came out on DVD the same day Fellowship of the Ring was released on DVD VHS. That's awesome. I had no idea. And I love that movie. I will defend Exorcist 2, even though I know there is bad in it. There's bad in it, but there's also stuff in it that is really good, really, really, really good. And one day I'll do a watch along of that one, and I'll point out to you what I think is good and what I think is bad, and what I think is, exciting, what I think is slow. So Back to the Future was good. My dad, he loved that movie. Much love and aloha. Aloha. How are you, Mark? We know who she means. Yes, I'm sure you do. Slash that like button. I'm starting to lose it now, guys. It's been 3 hours and 12 minutes. Last time I was 4 hours and 4.5 hours, I think. So my voice starts to go. I couldn't talk like the whole next day. House of a Thousand Corpses is one. I just rewatched that for Halloween, because I was like, I wanted to watch, Halloween related movies for Halloween. And that was one of them that I got out and I rewatched it. I liked it a lot more this time than I did in the past. I've seen it quite a few times, but when I first saw that movie, I didn't like it as much as I thought I would. It almost felt like too much for me at the time. But now I watch it and I'm like fully entertained. I love the cinematography. I love his music choices. It's actually a really, really good story. I like his whole Alice in Wonderland thing that he's got going, with the rabbits going under the ground and the girl in the blue dress running underground. I mean, that whole entire thing is pretty genius. And I really like that movie. It deserves to be. he deserves the credit for that one. That's really good. And Devil's Rejects might be the best movie that he's ever made. I mean, really, that movie is so good. It's better than it has any right to be. It's so good. Yeah, it should be left alone. Yeah, John Landis. That's right. That's his name. Your vendetta against remakes is righteous. Hollywood and even the gaming industry just keep regurgitating the same stuff over and I know, and that's what I'm sick of it. I don't mind if you're like inspired by something and then you write your own story, but with an inspiration of something. But this whole idea of like constant remakes. Now with games, I'm a little bit different opinion on it because like I love the first Resident Evil game. I have the first Resident Evil game. I have a PlayStation 1, an original PlayStation, and I do have the game and I've played it. But you know, it's clunky, it's old. I mean, we're talking 1996 or something when that came out. 95 maybe. So for them to to redo a game so that new generations can enjoy a game, that's a little different to me than a new generation with the movie situation, because movies aren't improving like games are. Games are improving in looks and play and, you know, music and all aspects, storytelling. I mean, I don't know, the movie situation upsets me because that's like, don't, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it doesn't need improving, you don't need to improve on it. So movies is different. Movies and TV shows I'm a little different about because I see that more as an art, you know, that's an art thing. And I don't see that as like needing to be upgraded for a new generation. If they want to watch it, we watched Wizard of Oz growing up. And, you know, I don't know about you, but I didn't care that it was 1932 or whatever year it was. I didn't care that it was, you know, made in a different time. I don't need an updated version for my generation. I just wanted to watch the original. And I feel that way about a lot of movies. But games, I see a need for some of them to be updated. They're remaking Silent Hill 2 right now. It should be coming out soon. If they mess this up, then I'm going to be pissed. Because that is one of my favorite games of all time. Silent Hill 1 and, well, not 1, Silent Hill 2 and 3. And I don't want them to mess it up. I really don't. They messed it up when they did the HD remix. I want this remake to be good. So far, it looks good. I mean, it doesn't look like the old game. So hopefully it's a good it's a good move on their part. But I don't know. With movies, I feel differently. Hi, Robert. I said hi. Hey, Mike. How are you doing? I'm sorry. I know I was up against you. I'm sorry. I was trying to pick a night where I didn't think anybody would really be on, but that's becoming difficult. It's like everybody's on. So I had to go on because being nominated for Horror YouTuber of the Month, I know for a fact that one of the qualifications I don't qualify for. But it was given to me anyway. And I appreciate that. So because I appreciate that, I want to at least do something for the fans and come out here and speak, because otherwise I'll feel like I feel like it isn't fair. It would be unfair for me to win and not have the requirements be correct. Right. So that's why I'm here. And that's why I've been streaming a couple of times the last few weeks, because being nominated for that means a lot to me. And I want to make everybody that nominated me and vote for me proud. So, and anybody that has gone over there and voted for me, thank you so much. I appreciate that greatly. It means the world to me that you guys are voting for me over there. And I've been counting, I've been keeping track. So I do know how many votes I have right now. And it does kind of look like I'm going to win. So it's very exciting for me. And I promise you that if I do, I will be making some content and doing some things throughout December. So, and I'm going to have to nominate four more people. So I don't care what Bill did with a grown consenting woman in the 90s, but I am curious what he was doing on Epstein's island. I don't believe he was there. I totally don't think that if he was there, I don't know if he was involved in all that other stuff, but I don't think that he was actually, that's a rumor, right? I don't think there's proof. There's a lot of people saying a lot of people were on Epstein's island and some of them were not there. And I truly believe that Clinton probably wasn't. I don't believe that he's involved in anything bad. They just don't strike me as bad people. I know about the whole Illuminati thing. I know about the whole Bohemian Grove thing. And I just think that's just silliness. That's just Alex Jones making his money, right? It doesn't make sense to me. We watched a movie I was referring to, felt like Jay was getting bullied. Was he? Oh, that's too bad. I really like that channel and I like their content a lot. Those guys are really cool. I think they were at Scarefest, but I missed it. I was trying so hard to focus. There was so many more people there this year and they didn't have it set up the same at all. So it was really, it was kind of nerve-wracking and different. So. Okay, bye, Robert. See you later. Hey, Ashton, how are you doing? Hugs. I'll tell you why I think when the remake of American Werewolf in London remake female version is not enough female werewolves in movies but that doesn't mean that you remake something, right? If you feel that there aren't enough female werewolves in movies and TV shows, then write a story. Don't take someone else's story and change it just to do that. I don't understand this concept. It doesn't make sense to me. And here's another thing, okay? And I'm a feminist, you guys, okay? I'm a feminist. I really am. But I don't believe in this whole like changing male to female and female to male parts. I don't believe in that. I think it's stupid. It makes me mad. It makes me mad mostly because it's going to make everybody else mad. And I'm tired of everybody doing things just to piss other people off. And I don't think that there's any reason for it. And that's what I see going on in South Park right now. You guys watching South Park, the Pandaverse? I haven't seen it all. I've seen bits and pieces, but what I did see, I was super happy because they're saying in cartoon form, they're showing just how absurd and ridiculous that whole premise is. I really hate it. I really, really hate it. Like what they did with the Ghostbusters, fine, but it wasn't a good movie. It wasn't a great movie. And if the only reason to do it was to put females in there, it's stupid. It's stupid. And you're hearing this from a feminist. So I think I know there's a lot of people out there that claim they're feminists that are really just, I don't really think they're real feminists. I just think they're angry people. They're angry. And I like my female side. I like being a girl. Okay. I like wearing nail polish. I like having makeup on. I like wearing jewelry. I like wearing pink and purple and being female, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to, that I want somebody to change me to a male. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to go around acting like a male just because that's what feminists are supposed to do. I don't even believe in that. I'm going to go around. I'm going to be me. I'm going to be the feminine me. And I want to be accepted as a feminist, even though I like pink. And even though I like, female things. It's just, I don't know. It's weird the way that the world is a weird place. Don't you think? I mean, really. I don't know. It's a weird place. I agree with you, Scott. We definitely need more she-wolf transformations. The game Bloodborne has a good she-wolf representation. Look, I'm all for it if it's its own story. I don't believe in taking somebody else's story and changing the character from male to female or female to male just to do it. It's dumb. It makes people angry. It gives people a reason to argue. And why do that? Why do that? Write something, write a new story. If you want to see that, write a story. Do it. Jamie's point was make a female werewolf movie, but don't follow the same formula as American. Exactly. I don't want it to be the same. I mean, write your own story. There's so many werewolf movies like Ginger Snaps, right? There's a good feminine werewolf movie. That's a good one. The Howling. Now, The Howling, I wouldn't consider it feminine. I mean, there's nothing feminine. She is a female who gets turned into a werewolf. And there are female and male werewolves in there, but I see no reason to remake it in any way, shape, or form. I just think that they should write something fresh. Remember Bonkers, the candy? They were delicious. Bonkers. I do. I remember the name and I sort of remember the candy, but not fully. Were they wrapped up in little, were they squares and like toffee or taffy or something like that? Yes, this is Ashton. This is Ashton from over on Twin Peaks Coffee Time. She goes in that chat sometimes. That's how I met her. And she's a cool person. She writes Twin Peaks fan fiction. I heard Bloodborne is a good game, but I heard it's also notoriously hard. And my brain will pop if I mean, literally, I am lucky that I still have a TV because there's been so many times on Control where I die over and over and over and over and over again. And I've wanted to chuck that controller right at the television, right at the screen, because I get so mad. Like, they have all these side missions, right? And there's this one side mission that's timed. You have to do everything that they tell you in this 25-minute time period. I can't do it. I get to the end every time. I'm almost there. And then that music starts and it takes me out. Dang. And I've tried over and over and over and over again to make it through that section in 25 minutes. And I can't do it. I will get to it. I'll make it one day. It's just that it's going to take me playing over and over and over and over again. And I only have so much patience. So what are you going to check out? Oh, I must have missed something. The cameras being everywhere is Orwellian. It is. It is scary. It's Orwellian and it makes me nervous. And I don't know why we've allowed it. We've just allowed it. We've allowed all kinds of stuff that I think is dangerous for our freedoms, I don't know what to do about it. I should have gone into politics, guys. Do you know how in Spider-Man No Way Home, they kept Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield a secret? I think they're doing the same thing with Matthew Lillard for Scream 7. He's going to be the surprise. Oh, my God. Dude, first of all, Stu had a TV that was plugged in and running fall on his face, shoved on his face, not even just fall, just shoved on his face. So pushed on his face, right? His face, all that glass had to destroy the way he looks. He's going to look like Freddy Krueger if he's alive at all, because the TV definitely electrocuted him. So I just don't see him living through that. Now, I'm all for it. I'm all for the Stu train. If they come up with a good way to bring him back and the story makes sense and the story is good and it's involving Nev Campbell. Otherwise, no. No, I don't want any more. I don't want any more Scream. I'm done with it. I'm done with Scream. I'm done with Halloween. Even Friday the 13th. I'm done. I want something new. It's kind of sad, really. Hey, Spicy 4K. How you doing? Going to sign off. If you haven't voted for Horror YouTuber of the Month, then go vote for Jamie. Woohoo! Go vote for me. If you win, I would be honored to get your nomination as Horror YouTuber of the Month. Well, you can probably expect that because I'm going to nominate you if I win. You're definitely on my list. So, no, but I want to. It looks really good. It looks like a mad film, like completely out of its mind kind of film. And from what I know of that one actor guy, the one who plays Elvis in the new Priscilla movie or whatever, he's also in Euphoria, and he plays a really messed up character in Euphoria, and I really liked him. So I think that he's going to be a good actor. So I'm looking forward to seeing that one because he's in it. Hello. I'm totally going to make risky stuff in my films and yes. Don't copy something, write your own, and don't be afraid. Just go for it. Risky. I don't know how you feel, but I like Halloween Resurrection. I do like it. It's fun. It's a fun ride. I don't take it too seriously. I think Busta Rhymes is hilarious and cute and adorable. And I just love that guy so much. And him doing karate, that whole scene with him and Michael looking at each other, that lives in my head rent free forever. I absolutely love that little scene. Everybody bitches about that scene and I love it. How weird is that? I was so amused by Busta Rhymes in that scene that I literally love that. I love it. I just like it. That's just me. Yeah, that's me too. And H2O. H2O is fun. I saw that in the theater and I really enjoyed it. I'm not a fan of The Exorcist personally. I don't get into possession films. They're just not for me. I totally understand that. They're not for everybody. I do like possession films. One of my favorite is Amityville Horror 2. I mean, that movie's beyond messed up. And it's so good. And that kid that does that part and that he's so good. And he never did any other movies. That kid was such a good actor. I can't believe he didn't do any more stuff. I really love that one. Everybody does. Those people that made the internet admitted it was a mistake. They spent so much time seeing if they could. They didn't stop to think if they should. That is exactly what I'm talking about. And I have said this on many a stream the last couple of weeks. Instead of just thinking you could, why don't you think whether you should? Think about whether you should do something. Not if you can, just if you should. Because even if you can do something, it doesn't mean it's a good idea. So that's a majorly big idea. And I honestly, I love the internet and I couldn't live without it now, but I do see where it's causing so many problems, so much corruption and misinformation and disinformation. And it's a sad state of things. We got to figure out a way to get through it and become more mature. Oh, sorry. What's up? I have all the PlayStation consoles except for the PlayStation 1. You want a PS5? Oh, so jealous. I really, really want a PS5. And I have a PS1. I have an original that I've kept all of these years. It's still in the box and I've barely taken it out. I really bought that for my husband, and kind of for me too, but mostly for my husband. And he didn't use it for very long. So it just sits in the box. Imagine if all of David Lynch's films and Twin Peaks was to be remade. Talk about travesty. You can't remake a David Lynch film. That's the thing. Imagine somebody deciding that they were going to do that, right? I mean, the audacity and the gall to even think that you could do such a thing. I mean, look, I put David Lynch up on a pedestal. I know that a lot of people are like, oh, that's weird. But look, I really love that guy. I was 8 years old. I saw The Elephant Man and I was like, oh my God, this guy makes me want to be a movie maker. This guy makes me want to make movies. I could feel his empathy for Joseph Merrick, and it attracted me. It attracted me. Blue Velvet, when it came out, I went to the theater and saw it. Awesome. That screen, when that white picket fence comes up and those roses are there and the blue sky, I mean, it is such a spectacle on the big screen. I'm so glad I got to experience that in spite of it being embarrassing because I was with my mom. I was 12 or 13. Can't remember for sure. And yes, I was in the movie theater a lot when I wasn't supposed to be because we had a very lax movie theater and they knew that my mom was bringing me to all kinds of stuff. So they let me in by myself all the time and my friends. So the best way to enjoy old games is to get a nice PC and download some emulators. I know. And I'm looking into that. I got a really good computer now with a really good graphic card, and it's capable of doing really high graphic games. So I've thought about it, but I'm going to need my son to help me with all that stuff because I'm not smart enough to be able to know how to use an emulator. I can learn though. Hey, Anthony, how are you? God, it's been forever. How are you? Hope you're good. Playing something like an Atari game does have the same vibe as playing Atari or the NES. It doesn't, or it does have the same vibe. I haven't played an Atari game in so long. The last one I played was Pac-Man, and I played it on the PlayStation. It was all right. I don't know. I guess those games seem pretty primitive now. Stuff like Pitfall and whatnot. And they look primitive too. That's why stuff like Minecraft just blows my mind. Why are these kids doing it? Why are they going backwards? I don't understand. All I want is for things to look realistic, and all these kids want is to go back to 8-bit. It doesn't make any sense. I bought that Texas Chainsaw Massacre game. I liked it, but then started hating it. Oh, why? Is it because it does look kind of frightening? Like, I was watching some people play that, and I've thought the idea of having to hide from Leatherface and waking Grandpa up was just terrifying. So I don't know if I could play that game. There are photos of Bill Clinton getting a back massage from Epstein's 20 room. Yeah, but that can be so easily faked. I just don't believe it. I just don't. You can believe it if you want though, Phantom. I just don't. I don't believe it. Hillary also smiled when she bragged about how the military killed Gaddafi for no reason. It's not conspiracy. Unfortunately, all politicians are crooks. Everybody has a bad side and a good side, and nobody's perfect. But I think that, the key is to figure out which is the lesser evil, and sometimes it's clear. I think this time it's clear, people. Please listen to me. It's clear. The choice is clear. And his name doesn't start with T. He's bad. And I know from personal experience, so please listen to me when I tell you he's a bad person. Pandaverse is hilarious. I know. What a genius, right? That's so genius to point out the absurdity. And I was waiting. I've been waiting for somebody with enough genius to come out with something like that. Them guys, man, I love South Park. The race and gender swaps just feel stupid. Yeah, no matter how I look at it. The upbringing would change depending on race or gender, so you might as well make a new character. Exactly. I don't understand this wanting to redo everything all the time and then just change the gender. It doesn't make sense. And it makes me mad as a person of creativity. That Illuminati stuff is creepy. I don't know, but it seems like it's real. You see some celebrities acting weird at times. It's creepy. I don't know how you feel about it, but it's weird and creepy. Well, look, I believe that some of it is real. I do. Not everything, but some of it. Like, I don't believe in all that stupid crap. Like the idea that they have a whole child sex ring and they're kidnapping people and that whole thing. I don't believe that for 1 minute. But I believe that these people are bored enough to go to a place like Bohemian Grove and, yuck it up in their bare feet in the woods for a couple weeks like they do, and in front of an owl, which is weird. But it's not really weird either. Owls can symbolize all kinds of things. So it can symbolize wisdom. It can symbolize mystery. So I don't know. It really was. Maybe I'm ignorant, but I feel like the American population was always represented accurately on film, but people constantly say there wasn't enough representation in the past when there was a crazy gap. I think the problem today is that this younger generation, no offense, they're spoiled, and they're the me generation. They think everything has to be personal about them. Everything's personalized. It's not good. And it also, I think that kind of attitude creates immaturity. So the way they see it isn't really the truth. And when I look back to my own youth, my own, young adulthood, I used to be an independent. I was registered as an independent. And the reason I did that was because I didn't want to be seen as one side or the other. I thought that was the proper thing to do. And that was the future. And, now that I look back on that, I really regret it. And I have switched since. But I regret that decision because it wasn't based on what it should have been based on. It was based on my own selfish ideals rather than basing it on the truth of what's happening in the world. So I think a lot of times with this younger generation, they're seeing things in a selfish way. And also some of these younger kids, they believe in things that I just don't understand. But I don't know what to do about the remake stuff and how people are represented in it, because I don't think there should be nobody should even be talking about that. You know what I mean? We shouldn't be asking for representation. How spoiled is that? I mean, I don't go around going, I'm not represented because, I'm a blonde woman and, I'm 50 and I'm not represented in anything, especially a 50-year-old woman. I'm not represented in anything except for as an old lady. Right. So I don't know. I'm starting to get tired. See, it gets to be about 4 hours and I start to get tired. I don't know about this idea of representation. I mean, I don't think people write stories to represent the people. They write stories to represent a situation. So I don't know. I don't understand these people today. Bloodborne's difficulty is overblown. Oh, really? Oh, but that's co-op. See, I don't like co-op games. I do not like playing with people. I don't play well with others. So, plus I'm socially awkward about it. I don't really feel comfortable playing these co-op games. And I don't really like games that have you having to level up, meaning like these open world games that are out there now where you have to actually like it's like almost like you have to go to school, right? And you, in order to get your points, you have to go to school, you have to go to work, you have to it's just like life. Why are we doing that? That's not a game to me. A game has a linear storyline with a linear path, and it takes me on a journey. I do not want to be in the middle and then be able to go any way that I want, because then I'm going to go, but which way is the story? Right? I don't like these open world games where it's like living a life and you have to get like experience points and stuff like that. It's just, I don't know. It's not my kind of thing. All this emotional stuff in the world reminds me of what the government did in the Christian Bale movie Equilibrium. That's another one. That reminds me of Minority Report. Those two movies are very similar in tone, and they have a similar problem in it. You know, the world is too structured, and it doesn't leave any freedom. It doesn't leave any freedom, and I don't like that. It's creepy, but sometimes I feel it's just to freak people out. True. I'm with you, Jamie. I want something new as well. I guess that is why I enjoyed Totally Killer and Thanksgiving more than I probably should have. No, I think Thanksgiving, I haven't seen it yet, but everybody's telling me that it's awesome and I'm going to like it. And I imagine I will. And I think it's worth seeing. But it's fresh. I mean, that's what I mean. That's fresh. That's new. Eli Roth took something and made a story, and it's new and nobody's done it, and it's not a remake. So I want more of that. The only thing I hate is games having so few checkpoints. I was playing Buffy the Vampire Slayer and the saves sucked. Yeah, a good game must have lots of saves to spare us from stress and frustrations. I agree, but earlier games, like older games, they didn't have that stuff as much. Now they do. Like Control, the one that I'm totally obsessed with right now. I mean, I'm totally obsessed with this game. I can't stop playing it. I love it. And it's got a lot of checkpoints and stuff in it, which I like. But it's sort of open world in a way, but it's not really. It does have a linear story, and the gameplay is incredibly fun. Every single enemy is challenging and fun, and it's got a great story. So, and it's connected to Alan Wake, which I'm right into. This chapter I am playing right now is called A Dark Place, and it is literally telling the connection with Alan Wake, and it's so fun. I love it. We definitely need new slashers like Friday the 13th and Halloween, Scream, but would love to see something new. Yeah, I want to see a new slasher. I don't want to see an old slasher. I don't want to see another Friday the 13th, another Halloween, another Scream. I mean, when Scream came out in 96, it was new, right? It wasn't like you guys think it was. Like it was genuinely scary. It wasn't like we were going there and we were like looking forward to seeing who the whodunit. It had nothing to do with whodunit when that first one came out, because there was no sequels. So we didn't know about the whodunit stuff. We just had the first movie, and I was terrified of whoever it could be because of that costume. That costume you could buy at every single store. No matter where you were at Halloween time, that costume was out there. So to me, it felt terrifying and scary. Like any one of my friends could be one of these people, you know? So it was a different experience, and it was fresh and it was new, right? It wasn't a constant repeat. It wasn't on repeat. Now it's on repeat, and I'm done with repeat. I don't want repeat. I want new. I want fresh. I think that Sinister has something good going. I think the Hellfest has something good going. I think that Insidious had something good going, but now they're starting to get too many. I don't think there should be like so many sequels. I don't understand people. Everything has to have a sequel now. It's kind of ridiculous, because I remember a time when sequels were not a thing, and That's why things like Friday the 13th, part 2 shows you that beginning part with her dreaming and showing you like the whole like first movie. That was because they didn't want it to be only people who saw the first movie to come see the second. So they felt like they had to put that little thing in there so the people who'd never seen the first one before would know what was going on. But that stuff doesn't even occur now. I mean, people, if you don't see the whole thing from beginning to end, then you're going to be lost, right? So Dangertainment. I love that. I like Resurrection a lot. It's not, I mean, it's not good. It's just fun. Busta Rhymes karate scene. It cracks me up. I love it. I want to see a Chucky film about Tiffany. Well, we kind of did get it, right? I mean, the Bride of Chucky is about Tiffany, isn't it? I don't even remember the end of Bride of Chucky now, though. So I really can't think about it or talk about it because it's been way too long since I've seen it. But why? How can you have a movie with the Tiffany doll and no Chucky? Why? What's the purpose? I've been saying I want to see a Busta Rhymes Demon and Joe Grizzly crossover movie. I don't even need Michael or Jason. Those damn taco supremes and enchiladas are scary enough. Ah, that's so true. I love that. I don't like PlayStation games. I grew up with Atari and Super Nintendo. I had a Nintendo. I had an Atari. I had a Game Boy. And then I went through a period where I had none because I was all like anti-game because I was like, I'm just too old and too good for games. Okay. So I went through a period where I didn't play games. And then around 1999, I started wanting to again. But throughout most of the 90s, I wasn't playing a lot of games. I was in my 20s and I was out all the time. I wasn't in the house to play video games. I had my own apartment. I was going to school. I had a job. I had a, fiance and friends, and I was busy all the time. So I just didn't have time for games back then. It wasn't until I, became a homebody that I have time for games. And my midlife crisis has been sort of teaching myself how to play games. So yeah, those are good games. I used to love to play Super Mario Brothers with my brother Mark. We need more Art the Clown, Barbarian, Talk to Me, and Black Phone. Yes. Well, okay. Here's the thing, though. Art the Clown, I know people love him. I get it. But I don't. I don't like those movies. I don't see the reason for them. There's no reason for them except for sheer violence. And that's something that I just can't. I don't like that. I can't get on board with that because it makes me feel like I need a purpose. I need a reason. I need a story. I need something that grips me and pulls me in. That's why I'm a big David Lynch fan and Kubrick fan, and because those guys have a way of pulling you into a story. And I haven't seen Talk to Me or Black Phone or Barbarian yet. Black Phone I really want to see because I should have seen that by now. Talk to Me I know is newer, and Barbarian is somewhat newer. Art the Clown, I like his look, and he is scary, but I don't get it. I just don't get it. I guess I don't get his purpose. So if somebody can explain it to me, that would be helpful because I don't get it. The guy who created Barbarian is making a new horror with Pedro Pascal. I heard about that. Here. I forgot what that was called though. But yeah, I did hear about that. Can't picture you having kids. You honestly look 20, not 50. I have one child. I only ever had one. I couldn't do it again because of my illness. Because having the one almost killed me. I almost bled to death. So I can't do it again. But he's fully grown now. He's 22. And He's the only one I have. He's my boy. He's my bud. And when I say bud, I mean like not buddy. I mean like flower, like bud. I budded him off of me. That's how I see it. He's a good kid. I love that game, Manhunt. I remember that game. It's controversial, right? They need to make another one. I actually think they had plans to make another one of those. I'm doing good, Liam. How are you? Oh, you're Australian too, right? Yeah, Scott Walker's Australian too. You guys should chat. Minecraft has a lot of cool systems and mechanics. I know. I do. I know. I get it. I get the reason for it, and I understand the. It's funny and silly and ironic to me that here it is, all of us adults who have been playing games since we were kids. We all want things to look better and more realistic, and here these kids are like, no, we want this 8-bit stuff, 16-bit stuff. It's just weird. It's just ironic. The only game I played by Atari was Furious Karting. Love that game on the original Xbox. Well, Atari, when we say Atari, I don't think we're talking about Atari, the game company. We're talking about the actual the first system of Atari, Atari 2600, which I had. And I had a 5600 after that. And then we got the Nintendo. I was going to care about politics, but then I got high. I was going to investigate both sides, but then I got high. Now I'm confused which side I am, and I know why, because I got high. That's so funny. My husband was just singing that song. Da 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 da. I would have cleaned my room, but then I got high. Good night, Charlotte. Ashton, good night. I don't. And he's dangerous. So please listen to me. We are in dire straits right now. Our country could be lost, and I mean it. He's not going to do the right thing. He's not. He's never done the right thing. He never has. And I know this from personal experience. My husband worked for him once. So when I tell you he's bad, I mean it. I mean it. He's not sane. He's not right in the head. He has the worst case of affluenza I've ever seen. It's worse than anyone. And he is bad. He's bad for the country. And I hope you all take my word for it, because it really is important. We could lose everything right now. The entire experiment of democracy can be done in a heartbeat just because of him. And don't take my word for it. That's what his plan is. He's already told us what he's got planned, and none of those plans are democratic. None of those plans are meant to be in a democracy. They're all autocratic. They're all authoritarian. He is going to become a dictator. And if you don't believe me, fine, but you'll see. He's not to be trusted. He's a liar, and he even lies to his own self. He ends up believing his own lies. So he's bad people. And Biden is not. Biden has been working his ass off in public service for decades. Trump never worked for anybody but himself, and he didn't even work. He's never even worked. His money was given to him. He didn't earn it. That's a lie. Okay? His father gave him $10 million when he died. That's his money. That's what he got. Anything he's made, he's lying about he's inflated all of his assets. Here I go. Oh, I said I wasn't going to do this. Please, nobody get mad at me, okay? I'm serious. Don't get mad at me, because I have my reasons, all right? He's bad. I wanted to be a politician. I wanted to be a politician for a reason. I know about politics. I understand it, and I understand how it's supposed to work. And he's not doing it the right way. None of them are on that side. So please, please, people, we don't want to lose our democracy. We don't want to lose our country. We do not want to. You will not like the result. Sorry, I'm playing with Red. I'm doing live stream. He loves to play. Oh. Is Red your dog? Yep, Australia. I just didn't Texas Chainsaw Massacre because it's hard to find other players. Yeah, I saw like the first few days, everybody was super into it, and then I didn't see any more plays going on. So that's cute. That's adorable. The South Park guys made basketball in Team America, so I was expecting a Pandaverse. Just wish they went even harder on Bob Iger, but I guess people know more about Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah, I need to sit down and really watch all of those. It's genius what they're doing, though. Oh, sorry. You guys are all saying hi. Can I ask the ladies in the chat, are the modern female characters more empowering to you than past decades female characters? Let's see. I gotta think about this for a minute. Who has empowered me? Yes. I feel extreme empowerment about Sam Carpenter in Scream, and Sydney. They make me feel empowered because they're both survivors. Anybody that is, I consider a survivor. Seeing survivors helps me, even if it's a man, though, but female in particularly because I am a female and I have felt vulnerable and threatened on occasion. And because of that, it is nice to see, them showing characters who are strong because it will inspire me to be stronger. Lately, I can't say that there's been a whole lot. I think most of mine are older, but that's because I'm older. Like Ripley is a big inspiration. Sarah Connor, big inspiration for me. I don't have a lot of female strength role models in today's watchosphere. And I've never really been one who needs that kind of, I'm a leader. I'm not much of a follower. I mean, I'll be a follower if there's a purpose for me to be a follower, but for the most part, I come up with what I believe and then I go with it. Sometimes others can influence my thinking, but it's rare. And I like to use my own critical thinking skills to think things through and become stronger in my own way. So, and I've been through so much hell in my life that I really never really needed an outside source because I had to learn to be strong. So, yeah, they're very into a lot of things that are beyond my understanding. My son tries to help me out with these words and stuff, and I don't understand. I've been doing great, thank you. And whereabouts are you from? Oh, you're talking to Melissa. Sorry. The world is weird, and that's all there is to it. The world is weird. It's a weird, wacky place, and I love it. And to get all like, 7 on you, the world is a wild and scary place, and it's also worth saving. The world is worth saving. I do remember that sort of. Who's in that? Is that I don't totally remember that. I don't know. I know I've seen it. I just can't remember it. I tell you guys, I'm not into the romance movies very much. Um I really prefer horror and action. Jamie, I respectfully disagree with you about linear games. A linear game is just a movie. Some are, but ones with gameplay, though, the gameplay matters. And there's a difference between like something like Until Dawn, which is like being in a movie, and then Control, which is like it's game. That is game. In spite of the fact that it's mostly linear and has a lot of lore and a big story, the gameplay is so super fun. I can't even express to you. I love this game so much. I almost feel embarrassed by saying that because I really love that game. Thanksgiving felt more like Scream than Scream 6 to me anyway. Scream 6 wasn't bad. I actually really liked it. Okay, guys, I'm not going to be going on too much longer because we've hit 4 hours, and I swore I wasn't going to do that. I do like linear games, though. The original Alan Wake was one of my faves. Alan Wake is literally one of my favorite games, and Alan Wake 2, I've seen some gameplay of it. It looks fantastic. I can't wait to get it. I can't wait. But I have to get a PS5 because they didn't release it on PS4, only PS5. So I need a PS5 to play it, and I can't not play it. It's Alan Wake. I gotta play it. I've been waiting since 2010 for this game to come out, so I'm excited, and it looks incredible. These new filmmakers now are not creative. I'm glad people make fan films. These young directors showing Hollywood how to make these films. Yes, and I like fan films a lot. But again, fan films are they're also copying. You know what I mean? They're taking somebody else's story and just expanding on it, which is fine in some cases. I mean, like I really love all the Twin Peaks fan film stuff out there. But I know that, you're taking characters that were developed by Mark Frost and David Lynch, and then you're making your own story with their characters. I can accept that, but I don't think that we should be paying to see stuff like that in movie theaters. I want new things to see. And I don't know. I'm just so bored with everything. So the last scary character for me was Jeepers Creepers, but only till they revealed him at the cop car. Then it became a parody horror character. No, that's when I got scared. I mean, he was terrifying. He's a scary character. They could make more Jeepers Creepers films, I think, and get away with that because he's a little different. Monster movies are a little different. I think monster movies can be continued and carried on because you can always tell a new story with a monster, especially one that's going to wake up every 27 years. So you can tell a new story that occurs every 27 years. But the thing with the director, that has kind of put a sour taste in my mouth when it comes to Jeepers Creepers. Not that I'm not going to watch them, and not that it's changed my mind about the movie itself. It's just that discussing that with people now, it always gets brought up, and it makes it difficult to discuss the actual merits of the actual movie and part 2, which I also liked itself, because the controversy with him and the horrible thing he did just interferes. How cool are the effects to do a Halloween Scream crossover where are the characters from where there are characters from Boyfriend Drops come together, take out. What are you saying? Some of your words don't go together. I don't understand. I do not want to see a Halloween Scream crossover at all. I don't want to see any crossovers. None. Zero crossovers. Okay. Freddy versus Jason was good, right? That one I made sense. They made it make sense. They made it fun. I'm fine with that. I don't really want the crossovers unless they really know how to make it make sense. Yeah, I'd like to see more crossovers rather than sequels for established. I don't want the word franchise makes me insane because that is a corporate word and that just encourages them to make more, you know? I like saying series instead because that makes it's a series of movies, you know, rather than a franchise. Franchises remind me of McDonald's, right? So it's the fast food. We don't want fast food horror, guys. We don't want fast food movies anymore. We don't. We want some good stuff. Yeah. I love that movie. I get tired of when films get remade, especially when they copy the originals. It's like we already seen that story, don't need it again. That's what I mean. Like sometimes I understand when somebody wants to do a remake. Sometimes remakes are really good. Like for example, The Fly from 1986. That's a really, really good remake. I mean, that is a really good one. That one had a purpose to be remade, right? Because the original wasn't that great, but it was a good idea. So they took that and he ran with it and he made something wonderful from that. And it can happen. But I don't even see it like I see it as a totally separate, like the old 1950s Fly doesn't even relate to the Fly from 1986 to me. It's not even, it's totally new thing. The Blob remake from 1988, another one that's excellent, a really good remake for modern times, brought it up to date for the new generation, new audiences, and it made it make sense and it made it horrifying. They can't do that with everything though. They can only do that with some stuff. The remake of Texas Chainsaw Massacre is fantastic, but it's different, right? It's not the same movie. It's a new movie, but it's a fantastic new movie. And I really love the beginning. That's a whole new movie using the same characters, but a whole new movie. So sometimes it works, but it doesn't work with everything. And if I get now, Ghostface can seemingly go on forever because Ghostface can be anybody under the costume, right? The problem I have with that is that it was never about Ghostface. It's about Sydney, right? It was never about Ghostface. It was about Sydney. And so this idea of carrying on the Scream movies without Sydney, without her storyline being part of it, doesn't make sense to me. That Ghostface costume was specifically picked by Billy and Stu because of its commonality. You know, these people that are doing it now, they're not picking that costume for terror. They're just re-wearing a costume. I don't know. I really, since Scream, I like Scream 4 a lot. I thought it was a genius way of rebooting it. I don't like calling it a reboot though, but I'll call it a sequel. It was a really genius way of updating the story, but it should have ended there. It should have ended there. There shouldn't have been a 5 and there shouldn't have been a 6. And that's just my opinion though. I mean, other people like it. I get it. And I enjoyed the movies too. It's just that I see them as unnecessary. There was no story. They had to make up a story that made it connected. And it turned out to be, it's so controversial because like some people see it as like, oh, Sam, she's going to be a killer. She's crazy. Billy's talking to her in her head. That's crazy. And she's going to be a killer. No, no, she's not. She's a survivor and Billy is in her head, not telling her to kill people. He's telling her to help herself. She's using his strength as her strength. And Billy wasn't, he may have been a psychotic person, but he wasn't dislikable. He wasn't unlikable, So I don't know. I see it as it was an unnecessary story to tell, but they figured out a way to tell it anyway, and people liked it and they went and saw it, and that's all great. That's all good and fine, but just keeping it going just for the sake of seeing the Ghostface costume in a movie constantly just drives me a little bit bonkers. Horror is the one genre I think makes the most sense for a connected universe, but in the grounded horror sense. I don't want some superhero horror. Superhero horror. That's weird that you just said that, because I said that on my last stream. I was calling Ash a superhero horror figure. In my opinion, he is. He's more like a superhero than he is like a final boy, you know what I mean? Or a final guy, or a final whatever, final girl, final guy, same final person. He's more like a superhero. He cuts his hand off to get rid of the possessed hand, and then he fits a chainsaw over the stump. That's fucking amazing. Right? I mean, that is completely superhero like. And he takes him on like a superhero too. And I really like that. I really, really, really like that. So I would like to see more of that kind of stuff going on in horror films, maybe not conventional superheroes, but like a non-conventional kind of superhero like Ash. I know, but I don't get it. Why would you have a Tiffany movie with no Chucky? I don't get it. I haven't seen that yet. I get your meaning, David. It's just that I don't think he's for everyone. I don't think he's gonna be on the Mount Rushmore of horror characters, if you know what I mean. He's not for everyone. I don't like, I mean, you can say that's scarier. I don't think, for me, it doesn't seem scarier not knowing. It's not about violence for me, and I think a lot of people assume that horror movies are about the violence and about the gore and the guts, and maybe it is for some, but not for me. Horror movies for me, I like all sorts of horror. It doesn't always have to be slashers. I mean, I love ghost films and possession films and haunted house films, and even human protagonist or antagonist films, where it's a human error, like Falling Down. To me, Falling Down is sort of a horror movie, because it's horrific to think that somebody could be walking around thinking they're doing the right thing, and then they find out that they're the bad guy. It was obvious to us the whole movie that he was the bad guy, right? But it wasn't obvious to him. I thought that was genius and terrifying. Terrifier is really hard to get behind for those reasons. Yeah, I just can't. I want to, but I watched Terrifier 1. I haven't seen 2. I watched Terrifier 1, and it was, I don't even really remember the details of it, because all I remember is the gore. I don't remember details about the movie. And if I can't remember the details, it means I didn't like it. I love it. I loved X. I thought it was genius. It was shot well. It had some beautiful shots. It had a lot of really good homages to other films. And to me, it was like a throwback to the old style. And I like that. Boy, I miss the good old days, Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon back in the 90s and 2000. Okay, so I'm older than that, right? I go back to 80s Nickelodeon, and you can't do that on television. That's how far I go back. I didn't watch Nickelodeon in the 90s and 2000s. I was in my 20s, so I was too old for that. You have twin daughters? Get out. And they're 22? Oh my gosh. That's weird. So we got married the same year, and then we had kids like the same year. That's so weird. That is crazy. Amazing. Twins too. My dad was an identical twin. I could tell them apart. Other people couldn't. I remember people coming up to me and saying, "Hey, I saw your dad playing guitar in a bar." And I'm like, that wasn't my dad. That wasn't my dad. That was my uncle. We call him Uncle Rockstar because he likes to go out and play. He still does it to this day, and he's old. He goes out and he plays guitar in the bars around town, and he has a good time doing it. And he should be doing that because he really is a very musical person. He played with Harry Chapin on stage once. And if you don't know who Harry Chapin is, that's because I'm old. But yeah, he played with Harry Chapin on stage once, which was pretty cool. My favorite one is part 2. Part 2 will always and forever be my favorite because Ginny is my favorite final girl, and I got to meet her last month, and I told her that she is the reason that I wanted to be a psychologist. She's the reason that I wanted to be the kind of person I turned into, because her character was so sassy, smart, funny, and empathetic at the same time. And that's all the attributes that I wanted to have in myself. So Ginny was an inspiration for me. And the fact that she was a child psychologist and the way she talked about it, and then in combination with the stuff that I saw in The Exorcist 2, which also made me want to be a psychologist, those two things together pretty much shaped me into who I am. Weird, right? But it did. It really, really did. They had a profound effect on my attitude towards life. So the boys are Gen V, yet they've been pretty similar to the Panaverse and the live action since. Also focused on Marvel. All right, I'll check that out. The boys I've heard of. Gen V I haven't heard of yet, but the boys I've heard of. And I'm pretty sure like Voltaire was watching that back in the old coffee time days. The boys is dope, but I call them more anti-capitalist than anti-woke. Look, nobody's allowed to use that word on my channel, woke. Okay. First of all, you guys need to know, you guys need to understand that word has been stolen, okay, from a minority group. And that's sick, okay? Because this minority group came up with this word. The word woke was used by African Americans in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, maybe even further up, to talk to each other about, staying awake and keeping, paying attention to everything going on around you, being hyper aware so that you won't get hurt, right? That's what woke originally meant, guys. All right. That word woke has been stolen and used in the wrong way and weaponized against good things. And that's how I feel about it. So I do not like that word. I want to punch people who say that word, because that's harming our society using that terminology. It's harming our society to even think in that manner. We're not going to get along with each other if we keep on doing that. If we keep on coming up with insulting labels like the word liberal, okay, means free, literally free. But the other side, who I see as stick up the butt assholes, no offense, have claimed that this word is a bad word. It's a bad word. You can't be, oh, God forbid you're liberal. Oh, God forbid I'm free? What? You guys claim freedom over there on your side, and you are authoritarians. That's completely opposite of liberal, which is free. So I get a little bit upset and worked up about these things because I saw this happening in 1992. Okay. The word liberal being demonized. And I knew then, and I was only freaking 19. I knew then that that was not going to be good for society. It was going to be a bad thing. You can't keep coming up with labels to hurt each other. I'm not calling any right-wing person anything. Are you hearing me call them anything? I'm not calling them anything. I just called them, stick up the butts. But that's because I didn't call them anything nasty. I didn't make up a word or use anything super nasty, towards them. I just think that they're bullies. I think that's just being honest. I don't even think that's really labeling them. I think they're a bunch of bullies on that side, and they're mean, and I don't subscribe to meanness. So it's obvious which way I lean, and I'm not going to let these words look. It is a playbook. It is right out of 1984 playbook, okay, to take words and weaponize them the way that side does. To weaponize words is completely terrifying. It's called doublespeak, and it's wrong, and you shouldn't do it. So I just think that using these words is dangerous and is cruel and it's wrong, and you shouldn't even use it until you look up where the word started, where it came from, because if you go around saying this word and you're only on, what the evil masterminds behind all the evil going on right now, they want you to think that it's this way, that it means this thing, that it means this one thing. But they don't tell you that they stole that word from the African American community, who used that word to empower each other back in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. That's sick. It's sick. Okay. And I just won't stand for it. So if you're on my channel, you come on my channel, I need you to be respectful, and I need you to not use weaponized words, because I'm really against it. It hurts me. It hurts the world. It hurts society. And I just don't want it. And I don't believe that there's such a thing as anti-woke or woke movies either. So I just want everybody to understand that I think this stuff is super dangerous, and I don't think it's very nice. And I think a lot of people use this language just thinking it's cool, and it isn't. So sorry, I just went off on a tirade. I hope you guys don't hate me. Even if it does have aspects of criticizing corporate pandering to wokeism. Yeah, see, wokeism. I don't know, Cooper. I don't know, Phantom Cooper. I just have a real problem with that weaponization of that word. It's just, it makes me want to hit people. It makes me mad and angry. And people only say it to be mean. They say it to it's a mean word. It's mean. Don't like it. Trump is bad too. I don't care for any politician. Yeah, he is. He's the worst. How can you think he's honest when I know for a fact that he lies about his money, and that he actually tries to kill little businesses, small businesses that he asked to work for him. And then he claims that there was something wrong with the product when there wasn't. And then he tries not to pay, and he takes them to court and almost kills the business, because the business usually can't afford to go to court with such a person as Trump. Okay. Look, this guy is not good. He's bad. He's a bad person. How can you even, he said he wanted to grab women by the pee, and you're okay with that? He said it was okay for him to do that. He's lying about every single thing. If his mouth is open, he's lying. Just know that. Okay. And I went to school for politics. That's what I wanted to do. So when I say these things, I'm saying it from a place of knowledge. I'm not saying it from I'm not just some regular Joe out there just, flapping off at the mouth. No, this is because I understand the system and I understand how it's supposed to work. And it's broken right now. And I know who to blame. and this goes back way further than people think it does. I mean, I can go back to the Tea Party, or even before the Tea Party, go back to the Bush years, and nothing's been right since 9/11. I'm going to tell you that. And that's what I think. I don't think it matters who we vote for. A bunch of states lost abortion rights but it wasn't under Biden. And you know that Trump is walking around at every single yes, it was under Biden, but it was Trump's policy. It wasn't Biden's. It was Trump's policy and he's going around, he's bragging about it, how he took rights away from women. He's going around, he's bragging about that, you guys. He took the right to choose your own direction away from women, which makes us second-class citizens. Oh, what are we going to take from you guys? No offense. I love you all. What are we going to take from you guys, though? Right? What are you going to give up for us? If we have to give up our wombs, what are you going to give up for us? Okay. I don't like being controlled. I don't like the idea of somebody telling me, or anybody that I love, or anybody that I know, that they have to use their body in a certain way when it could be dangerous, or maybe they just don't want to. It's none of our fucking business. Right. But no. And I'm not religious. I don't like religion. I don't like organized religion because it's the same thing. It does the same exact thing. It brainwashes people into believing things that maybe aren't good. And then because they think that they're good, they walk around with this chip on their shoulder and this attitude like they're better than everybody else. And that is not Christ-like. And I've probably read that Bible more times than anybody who's religious. And I'm going to tell you that. I've read that. I know the Bible back and forth. And I'm telling you right now, I don't subscribe to the Bible stories. I subscribe to the Bible morality. That's what I believe in, the morality. I don't believe in it, and not even all of the morality. I can tell there's some things in there that don't belong in our day and age and don't belong in our world. And the idea of men ruling over women is just absolutely aberrant. I don't like it. And I'm really, really pro-choice. Very, very pro-choice. Can you imagine? I almost died having my son. Can you imagine if I would have accidentally got pregnant again? What would have happened to me if all of this was going on at that time? I'd die. I wouldn't even be sitting here. Right? I'd be dead. Because my body would not be able to do it again. So if I'm being forced, that's just awful. Awful. It doesn't even go with healthcare. It's not even, it's dangerous. It's disgusting. And if you guys know how to get me riled up now. I really never intended on coming here and talking about politics or my abortion rate beliefs or any of that stuff, because I don't want people to hate me. I don't want people to get mad at me for my beliefs. But this is what I truly, honestly believe. And I see the world is scaring the shit out of me right now. And the only people that can save it is us. So if I don't sit here and speak my truth to you, then I'm not doing a good job. Then I am part of the problem, because I have to tell you guys what I believe to be true. I have to tell you guys what I think is dangerous and what I think is not, because right now we could lose everything. And I don't know what's going to happen if things go the wrong way. I can't even imagine the terrifying. It's going to be absolutely insane if things go the wrong way. I don't know what to expect. I'll tell you, I never expected something like January 6th. Never expected something like that to happen in a million years in my lifetime. And the fact that it did, and I predicted it, I told my husband in 2010 that this was going to happen. I told him that was going to happen. And it did. I had no idea it would be Trump, but I knew one day it was going to happen because of the vitriol and the constant, demonizing of one side or another. And I'm sorry, but one side does it way more than the other one does. And the other one is just too naive to care. So, oh, sorry. Anyway, I was saying, Trump is running around and every one of his rallies is telling people that he is the one who took abortion away from women. So he's the one. And Democrats didn't want that. So it was Republicans that did it. And you take my rights and I'm going to hate you. You know, we should be getting more rights, not less. How is it democratic to lose your rights? It's not. It's authoritarian. And we live in a secular country with many different religions all living under the same roof. And that means that Christianity cannot run the show. So these people walking around telling you that this country was founded on Christianity, no, they were deists. They were not Christians. They were deists. And no, they left their old country to come here so they could be deists and be free. Oh, and not have to be told how to worship. And that's the reason why we live in a secular country, because they didn't like being told how to worship and they didn't want to tell anybody else how to worship. So if anybody ever tells you, that religion that is supposed to be writing the laws here, they're absolutely 100% wrong, because that wouldn't be fair to people who aren't Christian, is it? I don't think so. Oh, wait, I missed that. Oh, no, that's the one I was reading. Oh, God, sorry. Yeah, I'm going to have to agree. Trump seems like no. What? Guys, you're going to make me run away. Please listen to me. I implore you, please. I'm telling you, he's not good. He's bad. He's awful. He's a horrible, horrible, horrible individual with horrible ideas. And he doesn't even care about the people. He cares about himself. And that's it. Everything he plans on doing is something for revenge. Revenge. That doesn't even belong in government. Revenge doesn't belong in government. No, compromise belongs in government. Compromise, which one side refuses to do all the time and has since 2010. So, no, he's not the better option. He's not. No, he's not right in the head. Well, people say that, but I'm sorry. At least when he goes up and does a speech, he's a lot clearer than Mr. Trump, who goes up and does a speech and claims that he won against Obama in 2021. What? I'm serious, you guys. This guy is not good for this country. He's bad. He's bad. And he's going to jail because he's under 91 counts, guys. 91 counts. And you think they're lying? You think they're making this up? You think that 91 counts is made up? 6 counts would be made up. 91? That could only be real. I mean, think about that. Nobody's going to make up 91 counts. It just doesn't, that doesn't work. Everything he's saying to you that he says is being done to him is not being done to him, but he wants to do it to others. So anything he says to you that's being done to him, that's his plan to do to somebody else. He's perfect at projection. But I don't care, because there's only one choice, because we have to save ourselves. We have to save this country. That's our job. This is our country. We have to save it. And it's not going to be saved by Trump. What's going to happen if Trump wins is he's going to take away he said he'd rip up the Constitution, you guys. What? You can't rip up the Bill of Rights. You can't do that. That's not even, how can you want to run a government that you hate? You can't. That's not, people who hate the government shouldn't be working in government. Why would you do a job that you hate? They're not in there to do that. That's why they're in there to destroy it. That's their purpose. They are nihilists. God, everybody's going to be talking about this. I'm going to have to go through and edit all this out because I feel really uncomfortable right now talking about all this. But I have to tell you guys my truth because I hold it in all the time. I hold all this in all the time. I hold in every left piece of my soul so that I don't get in trouble with anybody. Think about that for a minute. But nobody else is holding back their right-wing ideals from me. So how is it fair that I feel like I have to keep my mouth shut to be safe? How is that fair? It's not. I'll apologize. Yeah. I don't actually know. I don't believe that because you don't go into public service. Most people, when they go into public service, they're doing it to be in public service. They want to better things, right? At least that was my reasoning. But I'm a Democrat. I wouldn't be going into that work to do anything except make things better for everybody. So I don't look at it like politicians are bad people because that would make me a bad person because I wanted to be one of them. The minute I found out what the House of Representatives, what their job was, what they do, I wanted to work in it. I wanted to be that person. I wanted to be the person in there making the fair laws for people and keeping things fair. And I don't feel like that's what these people in there right now are doing. And some are, but a lot aren't. A lot are doing things for themselves, and it's sad. I love The Outsiders. I have it up there. And I love Stand By Me. I also have that one on DVD. I'm out of soda. I'm probably going to get going in a few minutes, guys, because I've been going on for almost 5 hours now. This is longer than the last one, which I said I wasn't going to do. Neither are good options, but it's not about that. It's not about that. This is not the time to fight over that or worry about third parties. This is not the time for that. This is a critical time. We are in a critical time that we've never been in this position before in this country. We've never, ever had this threat in this country before. This is not the time to be worrying about choice, yeah, it'd be great if we had more choice and younger choice and whatnot, but that's not the case. And it's not going to change overnight. So because of that, we need to be smart. And I'm sorry, but voting for Trump is not smart. That's not smart at all. Socialist organizations near you and organizing, agitating, and protesting is more powerful than voting in the same group. I agree, but like my local politics is just the worst. I don't even want to. I wouldn't run around here because I know that it's cliquey. And I live in a red county in a blue state. And I wouldn't be accepted. So there's no reason for me to do it around here. And my local politics around here won't really make much of a dent in anything. So I don't even bother with it. You know what, Trisha and I can believe Ethan is already 12 years old. Is that your boy? That's cool. I hate Trump. He hates women and is racist. Absolutely hate him. Sorry for saying those words, but I can't like someone who's just. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. It feels good for once for somebody to say something that I feel a little bit justified when someone else says, hey, I hate him too. Because I don't really express this feeling to people often. And it's gotten me in trouble before. And I don't want to be in trouble. I don't want to be disliked, but I do feel that it's extremely important that I tell you honestly right now what I think is going on, because I honestly think we're in trouble. This country's in a very bad place, and I want to tell you how I feel, just in case that my feelings might make you think a little bit, you know, might help you in some way, or might, change your mind. I don't want to change everybody's mind just to change your mind. It's not about that. It's about telling you what I think is right and wrong. And I don't think that that side is doing anything right. Nothing right. Nothing. And they're wasting your tax money on stupid shit that doesn't matter. And they're not making any laws that matter. So that makes me upset. And when people do try to make laws that matter, they obstruct it. So, and that's been going on since 2010. Starting high school next year. I remember when my son started high school, that was a big deal. Now he's all graduated. Now, Outsiders, are you talking about the TV show or the movie? Because I like both. Hey, Ashton, you came in at an interesting time. Stay gold. Jamie should try watching Infinity 2015, a sci-fi horror action film. Costs like $500K, but it is this alien film. I'll try it. That sounds good to me. I'll look it up. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that, because it's not easy. I want you guys to know this was not easy. This has not been an easy one for me. For me to say these things out loud is extremely anxiety producing, because I don't want people to get upset with me or not want to talk to me or be friends with me anymore because I have these feelings and these, I'm leaning left, I don't want that, because I feel like I've accepted people for what they are, even though I'm telling you how I feel right now. That doesn't mean you have to feel how I feel. I just want you to know, in case, in case you had questions, in case, and plus I think it's fair. I think you guys need to know who I am. I need to tell you who I am. And this is who I am. I'm a left winger. I believe in right and wrong and morality and freedom and choice. But there are right wing things that I believe too. You guys be surprised on some of my right wing beliefs. I do have some, and I won't talk about those at all. So, because those ones will get me in real trouble. Some people aren't afraid to say certain things, but I am. So I won't talk about that. But for the most part, I am left, and I do care. I care a lot. And watching what's happened to this country over the last 15 years has been extremely difficult for me, especially considering I wanted to be in the House of Representatives trying to stop that kind of shit from happening. But one person can't do it anyway. So I need to get a PS5, but that is because my PS4 is acting up and might be showing the signs that it's, mine's been acting up too. Mine froze up on me like twice in the last couple weeks. I thought it was just because I overdid it though. I get it. I respect your opinion. Thank you. Jamie, if you're tired of seeing the same stories and remakes rehearsed over and over again, you should watch anime. Even if anime does have its own genre tropes. Does it have its own tropes? That's cool. I wouldn't mind watching some anime if it had an interesting topic or something like that. I thought I smoked too much, but Jamie having a hard time reading it as well. I'm still sober enough. Yeah, I can't, guys. You'd be surprised how blind I am. I really have a hard time seeing. I wouldn't be able to read none of these if I couldn't put them up on the screen. I wear glasses. I just don't wear them a lot in public, and I mostly just wear them for far away. So. Yeah, You know what? It seems like every time I do a live, it ends up that way. And it's because I'm an anal retentive freak. Okay. I'm so OCD. I have to make sure that I answer everybody's question and comment on everybody's comments. So I feel like if I miss out on somebody, I'm going to feel bad. So I won't end until I get to the end and stuff like that, you know. And that's just me being, me. But maybe I don't have to do it that way. I just feel like I want my fans to be happy and, you know, because you guys mean a lot to me. I don't know if you guys understand that. You guys really do. You mean a lot to me because um as a stay-at-home mom, giving up my job was very it had some unexpected side effects that I didn't realize were going to be there. I didn't realize that it was I would change so much and that I would forget who I was because becoming a mom, when you become a stay-at-home mom and you're so focused on being a mom, you just kind of forget like your own person. You forget what is important to you as a person who wants to be something. And I didn't want to be just a mom or just a wife, you know. I wanted to have a career and I gave that up. I wanted to go back to work after I had my son, but I got sick and that caused me to not really have the ambition so much to go back to work. I used to work in a dental office before. I just this is important to me because I needed something that I could put myself into that means something to me, right? And me getting on here, talking about films, talking about, music I like, talking about the hiking, doing my hiking videos and showing you guys all the beautiful nature that's around me. I think that's super important. That's why I know I'm not always horror all the time. But it's because I'm trying to share beauty. I want to share beauty with you guys. I want to show you beautiful things because maybe that beautiful thing that you see on my channel might make you smile or it might make you happy or feel better about your day. Because seeing beautiful things helps me feel better about my day. So I thought, well, if it makes me feel better, maybe it'll make other people feel better to see beautiful things. So when I go on my hikes, I try to film what I can and I put it in videos and I put it on my channel in the hopes that, it will make you guys feel good. And it makes me feel good that you guys respond to it. So thank you. Also, my videos, like my music videos that I make, everybody so thinks that I make them because of the music, right? And sure, I do. I can't sing anymore, okay? And that's hard. That's been the hardest thing I've ever gone through in my entire life. I've lost my voice because of the thyroid issue pushing on my vocal cords. I have nodes and they're pushing on my vocal cords, making it hard for me to open my throat. And because of that, I've lost my ability to sing. I can sing little, but not like I could. So when I put those up, it was more about me learning how to edit videos and make videos than it was about the music. But since people enjoyed listening to me saying I've made more, and I thought that was kind of nice. It's kind of nice to put myself out there like that. But really, without this outlet here, I would be so miserable. I don't really know what I'd be doing if I didn't have this creative outlet. If I didn't have people to talk to about movies and things that I love like this, it would be I'd be miserable. So you guys, in a sense, all of you have saved me. Going all the way back. I want to go all the way back to Twin Peaks Coffee Time. Twin Peaks Coffee Time, being on that show really did. It really saved me. It saved me from it made me remember who I am. It made me care about who I am and made me care about wanting something for myself rather than just always giving myself to others. And that's been important for me. So I really got to thank you guys because without you guys and caring what I'm saying, caring about what I'm talking about, I'd be really lonely. So I really appreciate you guys coming here and being part of my life and part of my channel. And you guys are just as entertaining as I'm just as entertained reading your stuff and hanging out with you guys in the comment sections on other people's channels, because you guys are fun. And I really enjoy talking to you guys and listening to what you guys talk about. So, it's not just always about being on my channel either. I really enjoy going in other people's channels, on other people's chats, and talking in there and creating a fun space, or making jokes and trying to make a place seem a little happier, or I just want to bring joy places. So even when I'm talking negatively, like particularly about the politics here, it's not because I hate, it's because I love. And I'm trying to explain to you guys how to bring back joy, because I don't think that in the direction that we're heading in, that we're going to be joyful. I don't think joy is going to be part of things if we continue on this path. So when I talk to you about these things, it's really me trying to express how I think that this path is a way to go to joy. This path isn't. So, please don't get mad at me for expressing myself and telling you guys how I think about politics and what I think about, don't be Trumpy. Because seriously, I've felt this way for a very long time, and I've kept it under wraps, and just to save other people's feelings. So I hope people take that into consideration when they listen to me talk about this stuff, and understand that I've really kept my mouth shut for a long time, but I can't right now because I feel like we are in danger. We are in danger, and he is dangerous. And so I needed to express that to you. But yeah, so yes, it's rough going on 4 hours. It's rough going on 5 hours. But well, I don't know if but I used to be on a show called Twin Peaks Coffee Time. There were times we went on for 6 hours before. And but that was a group situation, not me just talking by myself. And I've been talking nonstop for 4 hours. I'd say that's a talent. So, I don't think I've seen that. I'll have to check that out too. Okay, listen, guys, I am really, really tired now. And I want to get down to the bottom, but I am way behind. And I'm talking way behind. Jamie, you're such a Chad. So many people are on here who are just curious about your opinions. I do miss seeing you on Coffee Time, though. You're always a voice of reason. I had to be. Somebody had to be the voice of reason. And a lot of times, yeah, it was me. And I miss it. I really do. I really miss being on that show with them guys. And I still talk to them all the time. I've stayed in contact with James. I've stayed in contact with, I've stayed in contact with not Mandela Man Ben, but the other Ben. And that's about it. But yeah, I really miss that show, and I miss being on it, and it was fun. And we had a good time. I mean, I know I left in a huff and everything. But there was things going on, there was a lot of things going on at that time. And I was being a little bit bullied behind the scenes, and James knows that's true. So, I had to go. I had to leave. It was just getting to a point where I couldn't handle it all anymore. And I knew that I was going to be moving on and doing other things with other channels. So, I felt it was a good move at that time. But I do miss those guys really a lot. And I really do love them guys. I really do. They're an acquired taste, but I love them anyway. I appreciate that right now, Melissa. I was afraid you were going to be mad at me. I did. Oh, I'm at the bottom down here now. Okay. All right. All right, guys. I'll tell you what. I am going to go now because I am so tired and I'm going to have a hard time winding down after this. And I've been having trouble sleeping. So um, I'm going to come back later on in the week. I want to do a watch along with you guys. I don't know what it's going to be yet. I haven't decided, but it'll be something good. I promise. I'll announce it. I'll put it, in my community tab, and I'll let you guys know what it's going to be. And we'll have a good time. It'll be fun. And we won't talk politics. I'll make sure it's not a political type movie. It'll be something fun. But keep your eyes open for that. Also, I am nominated for Horror YouTuber of the Month. If you want to vote for that, go over to Mayann's channel. That is at Cinderella. But I do have there is a link. If you go on my community tab and you look at the post relating to it, if you click on that, there's a link in there and you can click on it and go right to the video. And what you do is you write a name underneath in the comment section. So if you want to vote for me, you just go in there and you write Jamie Hart, or, if you want to vote for, Pug Wall, you write Pug Wall. You want to vote for Mikey, you write Mikey. And believe me, guys, those channels are fantastic. You need to go over there and you need to check out all of the channels because they're all really good. They're all really good people and they work really hard. So I think it's fair for, for me to say, hey, go over there and sub to those guys because I think they're pretty cool. So, politics are fun times. You get to learn more about what's important to everyone. You know what? Thank you so much for saying that. I love you guys. You guys make me feel so much better about myself than I ever do because I'm my own worst critic. And I really need somebody to sometimes set me straight because I will beat the crap out of myself. So when somebody tells me it's okay, it really does take a little bit of relief off me. And I really, really, really appreciate that. So good night, folks. I will see you later in the week. Bye-bye.